This is Webflow. Meet the design tool from the future. It's powerful visual code.
Hey kid, what's up? What's going on, everybody? Golden Black with Jen in the building. Thank you guys. As you know, I am from Akron, Ohio, and that is unfortunately where the young black man was killed. Jaylen Walker, rest in peace. And I was watching the news, man, and they kind of hold on. Let me drop this link real quick. We're gonna get so I caught up my, you know what I'm saying, my people up in there. We about to talk about it for a little bit. Today, however, very, very pleasant reading. 70s radio from the Goodland area. 72 in Garden City. 70 reported by Dodge City Liberal. 72 over by the good folks. But they had this video, man, and I kind of want to show a couple clips, but I'm gonna drop that description in the link too. But it is real. It's ugly, man. It's oh my God, it's ugly as fuck. What up, B1? OB1 for life, man. Appreciate the pull up, man. I really want to show this video, but I don't know if they're gonna pop me or not. But I'm gonna show a little bit of it. Let me get it. Let me get shit together. I'm sorry, y'all. It was just, man, my nephew showed me this video. Like I kind of watched the first, but I seen the edited one. Like they've been showing on the news. Maybe I'll do that too. You watch the news one too. Hold on.
What if I told you that instead of doing this, and this, you could be doing this to burn an extra 130 calories
Pretty vegan, what's going on, man? Appreciate the pull up, everybody. Thank y'all for coming.
When we first announced Zuber,
bro, they sure did, man. They are naturally. Unfortunately, these.
Does Zuber really work to help you burn fat without doing extra exercise every day? The answer.
Trying to have been pursued this way. Yes, he fled the scene.
As an independent investigation into the shooting.
It is, man. It's getting ridiculous, man. The cops against us, we against us. We got to stop this shit, y'all. We literally have to stop this shit. There is a war on black people. Not just black men, not just black women, but black people. The fuck? Let me get this together. Sorry, y'all. Here we go. Make sure I throw the fair use up there. I don't want to get targeted. This is for educational purpose. We are trying to learn what really, really happened. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to get it together. Damn it. When you do shit from the hip. I'm sorry, y'all. My sincere apologies. Here we go. Let's get it going. Fair use.
Shooting gets underway. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more and a warning. Some of the images in this story are disturbing.
Yeah, like they don't really show. Like it's so many angles they don't really show in this.
Growing community pressure. Officials in Akron, Ohio, releasing the body camera footage.
I won't mince words. The video you're about to watch is heartbreaking.
It shows a harrowing police chase followed by a stunning hail of bullets. An estimated 90 rounds fired.
That's what kind of bugged me about this story. Heroin. Now, I thought heroin meant courageous. I could be wrong. If somebody in that could look up what heroin means for me, because I've been perplexed by that one all day. I mean, ever since I seen this video. But nevertheless, here we go.
Fired by 8 Akron, Ohio officers, killing and leaving 25-year-old Jaylen Walker with 16 wounds to the body, according to authorities.
My youngest is 25 years of age as well. And I cannot imagine what life would be like without my
Getting
son.
Black in the building. What up, man?
7 minutes of raw video released alongside a second narrated clip gives new insight into what preceded the shooting. Police say they tried to pull Walker over for an unspecified traffic violation and an equipment violation, which is not shown on tape. But they say he took off driving at high speeds, and Walker fired at them. Police say he didn't flash from the gun from the security camera.
Shot is fired. That changes the nature of contact.
Authorities say Walker later ran from his car wearing a ski mask. Officers and investigators say fired tasers but missed. What followed? That deadly barrage of bullets. Police saying officers said they thought Walker was turning toward them.
What's going on, Let's Troll?
Walker was armed when he was shot.
What up, man?
Say they found a gun and what appears to be a weapon ring in Walker's car.
Conscious.
Anger in Akron boiling over.
What's going on? Appreciate you bringing me up, sir. Can you hear, man? Appreciate you pulling up.
We are dying.
I hear you. We hear you.
Dying like
Okay. Now that's the video they showing on the media. But let's check out
should ever suffer the fate that Jaylen Walker did. The family revealing just a month ago, Walker lost his fiancée.
We know that immediately after the death of his fiancée, he was, but he wasn't exhibiting any kind of.
my fault.
Can y'all hear
me?
Yeah, we got you, man. We got you live here. Can you hear us?
Driver had no criminal record. His mother and sister pleading for peace, overwhelmed with loss.
Why? This is happening. Man.
Yeah, we got. Oh, Doug, I think you got your YouTube still on. Cut it off.
Why?
Or turn it down.
Joining us now, attorney for the family of Jaylen Walker.
I'm trying to control it.
Yeah, we got. Oh, Doug, I think you got your YouTube still on. Cut it off. Or turn it down.
Joining us now, attorney for the
Thank everybody for coming up. What you do, Dub, is what you got? You watching YouTube on your computer?
What's saying my name, sir?
My apologies, act right. What you got to do is go to the YouTube page and then turn it down.
So I'm linked in through the YouTube, but I clicked through the live stream. So I just
but go back to that one page because your YouTube's still on. It ain't gonna cut you off.
I think I'm good.
Let's see. Yeah, you good now. Now this young gentleman is from Akron, the city. What's the vibe like up there, man? Tell us what the vibe like up in Akron right now.
Man, it's crazy. It's always a reality what's going on in the country, around the nation. But when it hits your front door, it's different. It's different. People are uneasy, man. Just like any other state, misled. You see a video that's doctored up, and once you get to real, it's crazy. I mean, won't be no 4th of July around here this year. I'll tell you that. I hope everybody celebrated Juneteenth.
Yeah, but the video that I was sent with the full with like more than one, because that one video, it seems like it shows the last cop that to almost enter the scene instead of like the first couple ones. But the video that I was sent, hold on, I'm gonna switch to it right now. The video that I was sent, it showed multiple angles of it. And what's going on, Zero? The Infinity Renew. It showed multiple angles of it. We're gonna watch a couple of them, man.
Yeah, that the first video that they probably got nationally out was the one that they doctored up to give you the best look that they thought out of the 14, 15 body cam videos they had. So once you get a look at all the cameras, it's a totally different picture of what they want to give to you, to be honest.
I want to say, what was it like? Video 2 and 3. I just hope they don't kill me for this damn video.
Looks like we have some units overhead at the intersection of Main. He's slowing down here now.
60 times, OB1, 60 times. Now, yeah, like the deeper you get into the video, we can't really show no more because YouTube might be tripping. I mean, but it is on YouTube. Let me drop the link for everybody. so y'all can go and watch it. Cause
and tell him
it is fucking.
it was 60 times that actually hit him. It's still in question
60
how many times they fired off, how many rounds.
It literally 60 hit him. Oh damn, my fault. 60 hit him. But they said they shot over 90, but some people are saying it's even over that, like it's 100. Drop this in a chat so everybody can go and watch the full video. If you can stomach it, gets. I mean, it really gets bad, yo. Like I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't know if they're gonna strike me again. But I would definitely. What's going on, KF504? I definitely dropped the link in there so y'all can go and check it out. Yeah, but you said the city is kind of it's kind of surreal up there, huh?
For sure. I don't know, man. I didn't go nowhere yesterday. Just I knew the video. You know, we was out Saturday, and we knew the video was gonna drop at 1 o'clock yesterday. You know, I didn't even leave the house yesterday for real.
Says you didn't even leave the house. Now I'm wondering how the kids feel up there. You know what I mean? Like, because I could just imagine, you know, me, especially I can remember like the Rodney King incident and how that impacted us. And it was in LA, but just to think about this in your own city, man, I know that's got to be something, man.
Yeah, well,
I know it has to be something.
You know, I got teenagers, so I would talk to both of them, you know.
Right.
My 19-year-old, you know, I just kind of, man, be safe. You know, you're in that age where you know, and kind of tell them, give them the advice to kind of just watch what you're doing. To be honest, though, my 15-year-old, he aware, but he just ain't. He not that
cognizant of
consciously to just really, you know, him and his friends to be talking about it. I think he just still going through life. You know, he know what's going on, but I don't think it impacted him the same at this moment. You know.
Right.
You know, maybe one of those things that down the line, like, dang, this happened in my own city.
That's crazy. I could just never imagine it being accurate.
But to be honest, the millennials, the ones out here causing ruckus. The only thing that I don't like, and I know a lot of people don't, is you get to tearing up businesses and stuff that don't have nothing to do with stuff.
Right.
You know, I got a friend that owned a bar downtown. You know, he took precautions. He boarded his spot up the day he knew the video was released, because the night before they was banging on his window saying, y'all know what happened, y'all in here drinking, having a good time, and we out, you know. He kind of like, well, what y'all want me to do? Like, I mean, I'm for the cause, yeah, it's a black owned business, but you know, so it's that kind of vibe, you know. People like, y'all shouldn't even be here having a good time knowing what's going on.
Gun owners know.
And I'm wondering how many people are up there just, you know, to kind of agitate the situation. And I hate to say it like that, but, you know, just kind of bring more ruckus to it. And it's already inflamed enough as it is. You know, I was watching a couple news coverages and people, I mean, you know, it's natural to want to go and cover things. And I think some people have good intentions that, you know, they just want the information out. But there's some people up there too, you know, to kind of cause that that ruckus and shit. And that's the part I'm kind of upset about, because that's the city and shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
No, they out here. It's a few people from out of the state already up here, you know, and then, you know, you seen a little message that say, you know, it's more people on the way. I believe the Black Panthers. I'm not sure if the Black Panthers branch is in the city or, you know, one of the surrounding cities, but I know they was in full force, you know, with they guns on hand with them. So,
yeah, I think I seen a couple of videos, and they had the sheriffs had the tank out, boy. They weren't playing.
They had the tank, and you know what's the craziest thing I saw? You know, I'm watching some stuff last night, and they had some fire pits, some garbage barrels on fire. Now I don't know if the police did that or if that was some of the civilians that kind of did it. It just was. I mean, you never know with some of the stuff, and then you got then you have the agents that come in and like you said, just kind of rowdying up stuff that ain't even, you know, from the city or from, and they ain't even really for the cause. They just kind of just incite chaos. You know what I mean? So you don't know how many of those that either. So
Yeah, man. Sorry, Doug. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
My fault. My fault. Damn. What was I about to say? I just, man, it's just I don't know what to think, man. I ain't really hit nobody else up but you. Wait, he said he heard a cop shouting, and that was the push. That extreme behavior. Hold on, man. It's a little truck outside. Give me 1 second. I know this noise and shit. But yeah, I just, man, and the dude, and they say he shot out of the window on the expressway, and then it wasn't even really a high speed chase. He was doing 60.
Now I don't know where the man lived, but it seems like he was trying to get home. And the crazy part is they don't have the video footage of him getting pulled over initially. So I don't know if they just start following him or I don't know what the case was, you know what I mean? But there's no footage of the actual pullover itself. And then the police chief said that he still doesn't know what traffic violation that he broke. How don't you know what traffic violation? That's the most important piece because that's what started all this. You have to know the traffic violation.
Oh, so they still haven't reported the traffic violation? I thought they did.
So when he went in the press conference, they asked the question, well, what was the initial? And he was like, well, we still don't know what the actual traffic violation was. That should be simple. A tail light out, a failure to use your signal.
Yeah.
Speeding. You should
not
know
yielding to stop something. Yeah, they could have came up with something
that's
real
easy. That's nothing that has any impact on the whole situation. Like that should the most important piece of what started all thing. Why was he even pulled over?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I mean? So that's just kind of yeah, it's just a lot. Just like every other situation, it's a lot of questions that aren't answered right now.
This happened like literally last month.
Yeah, actually a week today.
That's crazy. They just like popping us, man. But and I was kind of thinking in that sense, man, we kind of got to be more educated because I'm saying, like, what the brother be really running from? Like, even if you had a gun on you, you had your license, they really can't fuck with you too tough if you cool and you calm. So but
you're still scared. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think it's that fear that we have, like not knowing.
Yeah, and it's a new open carry state.
Yeah, so that's even another thing. He could have been licensed, but I guess the gun wasn't licensed.
It does not matter. It's an open carry state now. He has no criminal history, no misdemeanors, no nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
So
and I was trying to tell my peeps, like, the North racism is more, it's subliminal. It ain't really overt like it is down here in the South. You know what I mean? Like they pull you close to you and then kind of, so it's a different vibe up there. Like,
what's so funny? I got a buddy. He from Mississippi. He traveled back and forth. He actually married to a woman that live in the city. And he actually work in the school system. And he said, he do business with some white people, and they straight out tell him, man, listen, man, I hope you ain't one of them other niggas. I don't want no nigga shit. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and he like, man, I can't even really be, you know what I'm saying? He kind of just took it like, you know what I'm saying? Up here, they gonna finesse you on the racism side, like, for real.
Yeah, yeah, you absolutely right, man. You absolutely right. But see, this has got you now considering this. Do you think that it would be smart, because this is my theory, because I want all black people to be together in like a central location. Do you think that this might be kind of I don't want to say the linchpin, but kind of the start of saying, you know what, maybe we do just need to link up and all come together and kind of form a little, I won't say bootleg with but kind of a sanctuary almost, in a sense, where we can like heal and grow and shit, in a sense, man. Because
I think even before this, I think when it hit your city, it comes more of a realistic, idea versus, you know, when you ain't really that close to it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think it's always been that idea when stuff happening around the country, but now when it hit your doorstep, it really become a, like, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you got kids, you know what I mean? When it's just not you, you're thinking about your loved ones, your kids, your family members, like, you know what I'm saying? So absolutely, man. I mean, we need about 3 or 4 states. I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know the total number of black people. We need about.
They say it's like 40 million black people, but you know it's gonna be some that don't come. You know it's gonna be some that don't. I'm saying right where I'm at. Fuck that shit. I've been here for centuries. We're not leaving.
So we need about 10 states.
Nah, man, because you got to think like in the South. It's a lot of undeveloped land down here, man.
Yeah, but what's the biggest state? Like I ain't that geographically, I ain't that tuned up, and I don't.
The biggest state I think would be California.
And how many people are in California?
Man, it's got to be 10, 12 million, something like that.
And that's the biggest. That's the biggest state. So I'm saying,
but that doesn't mean that every part of the state has a, you know what I'm saying, apartment in it or some type of living.
No, I'm not saying that though. But if you got 40 million black people, you need a state big enough to build.
Well, no, I agree with you.
So you need a few states. You need about 10 states.
No, I don't think about 10 because what's going on, Brian's family? Because think about it. Let's say even if we do 4 states, that's just 10 million people in every state. So that ain't really a lot.
That's a lot. All them states ain't that big for. Because I just was having
a conversation. Look, you get Alabama. Alabama can hold at least.
So we're gonna stack
15 million.
So we're gonna stack people on top of each other, basically.
Not necessarily. It's big. Look, so Alabama, Georgia, and probably like Tennessee, and we probably gonna need Louisiana.
You said it's untapped land, basically.
Yes.
I don't want to go to Louisiana, man. That water, we don't want to go there. That's the easiest way to get rid of us.
Okay, so you're gonna stay a little bit inland. But I'm saying I think you can do it. And hold on, let me drop the link if anybody want to come up and chat about the situation. But no, man, it's just
don't send us nowhere where they can take us out easily. Well, we got all of them in the right place.
See that I've heard that too. Everybody keeps saying that if they got us all in one place, then they can get us all. But do you know how massive that would be, especially with social media now? Like,
no, for
it
sure.
wouldn't be
we definitely would have to have some border military though, for real. So we got to have some people that's dedicated. That you are our enforcers. You on these borders for sure.
Yeah. If anybody want to come on up, man, come on up and talk. Taz, what did he say, Taz? I wonder what he's going to say now that he supports anti-black. Yeah, these YouTube streets, man. And it's starting to trickle in the YouTube street.
What they say about the anti, I missed that.
It's this content creator on here. His name is Taz. He's from Lima, Ohio. You know, I'm from Akron. But Lima, Ohio is kind of Ohio, so he might have a different take on it than up north. Not saying that one is better than the other, but it's a little bit different vibe from the northern part of Ohio, which Akron
his supporters are anti-black, huh?
He used to be kind of pro-black. He kind of fickle. I mean, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. It seems like he kind of fickle. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people kind of in it for the money, like, and it just seems like he's controversial. He kind of flipped back and forth, like I said, just in my opinion. But other people have different opinions of him, as you can see.
Yeah.
But the YouTube streets, they starting to talk about it, but I think it needs to be more on the forefront, man. But I really wish I could show that video. But if y'all get a chance, man, go and check out that video. It's something to see, man.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing. I think it's to be honest, outside of the George Floyd, it's probably the worst one I've seen, to be honest.
But you got to think about it. How many of those have we seen like that?
But you know why I say this one though, because you know George Floyd was just because you actually was able to 9 minutes to watch a man really, be killed. That's a long time. Right. It's a long time to really watch and let that process in your mind. This one, just the severity of how many shots, you can clearly see the man is unarmed and he's no threat to nobody. You don't shoot him in the leg or one, like I've just, 14, 15 officers, and they told us it's 8. That's still too much. Like, I don't understand why was so many officers on deck for this man. Like he was I just don't understand.
You know what? You know what I think the linchpin is, and what they're going to use is that shots fired.
Where is the shots fired at though?
But no, I'm not saying that it happened, but I'm saying that's what the cops are going to use. Like
but still, when you pull up to the car and it's 4 officers there, you clearly see the man get out the car with no, and y'all close enough. It seemed like y'all could have tackled him. To be honest, that's how my eyes interpreted it. Like y'all.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying, what's going on, Joe? As the cops, why wouldn't they use that as their linchpin? Like, we felt threatened, so we had to, you know what I'm saying, take care of, assess the situation.
No, nobody had any bullets or shots fired at them.
So you mean literally? Oh, I thought it was in the same area.
Like
no, you good, OB1. We growing over here, OB1. But like it's just southern. He kind of in the like Dayton, Columbus. Columbus would be the middle of Ohio. And like he's southern of
Columbus probably like central.
Yeah. So
I mean, no, Columbus ain't even central. Columbus is more,
it's kind of southern too. But I'm saying like that's kind of the last, like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's Middletown, Ohio. It's like technically that would be the middle of Ohio, Middletown. Ohio.
Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. You getting out of Ohio? You're on your way out of Ohio.
Yeah, that's true too.
Like you on your way out of Ohio. You're an hour away from
Indianapolis. Maybe like 2 hours away from Indianapolis. But yeah, that's kind of the venture off point of Ohio, Columbus. Yeah, but Middletown is like the middle part of Ohio. But we giving Ohio lessons here, man.
Yeah, geography about Ohio,
huh?
Sure. We're giving them a little geography about Ohio for sure.
The heart of it all, man. It's just so crazy that I would never think this will happen here, man. But why?
This ain't the first time it happened. I mean, I don't know. You familiar with Dude Rock, who got killed? Kind of covered up. I didn't know all the details of that. And another young man was killed.
Now Akron got a lot of.
I can say about Akron. Yeah, one thing I can say about Akron, it seemed like they got a solid policy in place for on the positive side, for wearing the body cams and how they go about releasing the videos. You know what I mean? So I will say they do have some policies in place. Do that mean is that me saying that I still some biases in how you distribute that information and get it to the public, obviously, but it seemed like they got something in place to actually where them officers are wearing the body cams and how they get that video out to the public for real. So,
well, yeah, I guess that would be a good thing. But yeah, man, we should start. I don't know what to call it. Back to the remigration, but I'm telling you, at this point, man, that's the only thing. That's the only way we're gonna be able to, you know what I'm saying, at least come together, and then we could kind of heal amongst each other and get all this bullshit that we feel towards one another out the way and shit.
Yeah, because we divided right now about even protesting or going down there. I'm a little on edge.
I feel you though. I
go
feel
down
you.
There. Should I? You know what I mean? And,
I seen a couple. What's going on, Fitness to Don? Appreciate the pull up. I seen a couple people on the news that I know from, you know what I'm saying, the city. my brother was actually in one of the videos. I said, hell no, look who that is, man. That's why I was like, man, this shit is crazy, yo. It is crazy. But like you said, more, not that it's going to affect the adults, which I'm sure it will, but it's the kids that, like you said, I'm really thinking about to see this again and again, man. Like,
no, this is the field that I work in, man. This is PTSD at its finest. I'm talking about both post-traumatic stress disorder and post-traumatic slave disorder for real.
at the same time, huh?
For real. And I don't know if everybody on your panels and is hip to post-traumatic slave disorder, but
Give us a brief synopsis of it, would you say?
So post-traumatic slave disorder, just anybody that's descendants of um, you know Africa, or those ancestors that are slaves, you automatically born with that innate stress of slavery and Jim Crow and racism and everything that comes with it. So you already suffering from some type of anxiety and how you operate. So that's kind of the basic premise of post-traumatic slave disorder. So we already have these behaviors that are associated with anxiety, being anxious, and panic, nervous. We as black men and black women, we got to teach our kids how to even interact with white people and the police when they leave out of the house. Is something that a lot of races don't have to deal with. We got to teach our kids how to deal not only with life, but how to deal with white people and authority.
Right.
So you naturally got some anxiety dealing with that. And then when you see, what post-traumatic stress disorder is, when you
like a war
experience a traumatic situation, there is no degree of what's traumatic to a person, because what's traumatic to you may not be traumatic to me. But if I'm seeing people killed all the time, if I witness a murder or I'm watching it, you got some type of post-traumatic stress disorder, just from the nature of the definition for the DSM-5. If you're familiar, I'm a psych major, so I'm privy to a lot of this, and people don't know what that is. But when you're describing PTSD, it's any traumatic situation that somebody experienced, and you can't determine what's traumatic for somebody. You know what I mean? Traumatic situation could be somebody being scared so bad that, and it don't have to be a death. It could just be some type of, any type of trauma. You know what I mean? That kind of changes your mood or how you operate day to day, for real. So when you're seeing these videos over and over again, and you're seeing certain stuff happen to black people, you're gonna have that in itself. So we PTSD tied to the second power. So
Oh, you know what? I have a adversary on here who kind of, and when you was talking about like the traits that we have from slavery, do you think that it would almost be the opposite for white people, that they have almost racist DNA? I hate to say this.
It's possible, because DNA and genetics is something that is passed down from, you pass down the gene of having addictive behaviors. So
Right.
if your parent is a, drug addict or whatever may be the case, you may pass down those genetics. Genetics morph and change who you know what I mean? So yes, you pass down those genetics to different to your offsprings. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would, just the theory of things would, when
Kinda
I
lead to
develop
that
as a person
conclusion.
and I have offsprings, I'm gonna pass some of those things down. Like when you say, like, even a kid who may not have grown up with their mother or father, you got the same traits that they have. Like, damn, you so much like your mom or your dad, and you ain't even grow up with them.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but damn it. We will have to look into that a little bit more, man.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I'm not gonna speak on something that I don't know, but theory would tell me that absolutely you passing down those. And then some of those things become learned behaviors too, just from your parents. You know what I mean?
Just being around them.
Yeah, just being nervous about certain stuff, or how you approach certain stuff. But I think a lot of genetics passed down without any learned, and
Wow, without any learned behavior, huh?
yeah.
She said, "Who got the ribs?" I don't know who got the ribs. You ain't cooking no ribs, you
Ain't nobody got no ribs in Akron. Ain't nobody doing nothing.
That I mean, it's so weak, man. Because Akron be lit on the 4th too, man. That's the only bad.
It'll be a lot. It'll be a lot of home cookouts today. Won't nobody be out and about. So they better be prepared. Don't be mad when the fireworks is going on. In your
in the front yard and everything,
because there's gonna be a lot of that today. I guarantee it.
That's just so weak, man. To happen like such a young age too, man. And unfortunately, if it's, you know what I'm saying, if this girl passed, like, man, we got to be grateful and we got to start supporting each other, man.
No, for sure.
start loving each other a little bit more, man.
No, for sure. You definitely gotta love on people while they're here, because you just don't know.
Yeah, man, definitely,
Sure.
man. And I love you guys for pulling up. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate
I can't
that.
see the message. I can't see the message board. I want to speak to some if they want me to, or I'll be quiet.
I tell you what. Can you see your me and you on the screen?
Where it say good morning and all this stuff. Where they kind of
where it said thanks for coming. Please like and subscribe. You can see that. You can see your name and everything. Like I could, if anybody has a question for the man who lives in Akron right now and is in the chat and y'all want to ask it, please do, because I can post it and then you can see it, or I can just read it to you. One or the other, man.
I know we're kind of early on this 4th of July, but y'all should have been celebrating Juneteenth anyway, so I'm not even worried about it. This should be a regular day for us black folk.
If anything, this should be the catalyst for us to stop celebrating the 4th of July. Or should we though?
We should. It's the first year that they kind of really made it a national holiday. People's like, damn, the bank's closed. Y'all mad? You got so many white people, and I don't want to discourage every white person, but you got some white people that say, well, why are they shooting fireworks on Father's Day? I said Juneteenth just happened to fall on Father's Day this year, but it's Juneteenth. That's why they shooting fireworks. They ain't shooting it for Father's Day. Goofies.
But you know what? I kind of got mixed emotions about Juneteenth, because you realize what it was and what it is and how they played those slaves, because they were free for 2 years, but they just wanted to get that extra money from them slaves. That's why they had them harvest and then tell them, because you got to think it's a port city. So how has it slavery came to them? How did they know they were? You know what I'm saying? Like the white people, what's going on, Chef? The white people knew that they were free. They were just holding it up.
When you don't know something, people can hold you still to the same. Yeah, it took a while for you to realize, oh, I'm free. I don't gotta stay here. But there's still a fear. I don't have nothing else though, too. So a lot of them slaves still stayed.
You know what? That's the one thing I kind of don't like about like how we talk about slavery nowadays. Like it was easier, or that the slaves could have been as advanced as we are, like when they got out of slavery.
No, they weren't.
You said, you've been trained to be a slave for generations, and then you trained your kids to do that. So to break that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's almost an analogy like your kid. You feel me? Like I've tried. Like your kids ain't like people think 18 you ready to go, but they not ready to go. That's the same analogy almost when it comes to slavery. Like, yeah, I'm free. I can move how I want to move, but I'm not even prepared to move how I want to move at 18.
Right.
You feel me? Like I ain't really ready to be an adult and pay bills and be responsible. That's almost how it was when slavery was ended. You know what I mean? We don't have anything to stand on. We don't have any land. I don't have nowhere to live. I don't have nowhere to,
no ID.
I don't have anything.
None of that, man. I think a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people equate like how we have it now to like the slaves could have just been doing that right back then. And it took, you know what I'm saying? One does not flying to flying, as Eddie Murphy would say. First you got to walk, then you got to cross. First you got to crawl, then you got to walk.
Because people think like we not that far removed from slave. Like what's been 170 some odd years, maybe?
I think, but it ended in 1865.
So probably not even 170, huh? Close to it, huh?
Let me add that up, man. My brain ain't thinking.
So like we not that far removed, and then slavery just didn't end once they abolished slavery. You know, you got what's the law they had when they was arresting people?
It's 157 years to be exact.
Yeah, so we not far removed from slavery, to be honest. So we still. And people think 157. Yeah, people hear 157 years and think that's not a long time, to be honest.
Compared to how long we worked. Well, how long? When did slavery start? 1619.
Yeah, I mean, slavery been going on for. I mean, when it really impacted, the black when we was sold off and kind of, when the other black people turned their back on us and sold us off.
You know what? The one thing though that I find disturbing about slavery in America is how they strip the slaves of like who they were. like their home, like, you know what I'm saying, their name, their religion. Like most, before then, most when you were slaves, you kind of kept your religion in your name. Like you were still a slave, but you knew who you were. You know what I mean? They kept the slaves amongst the slaves, and then but here they like made them property, or it was
part,
different.
it was a part of I'm stripping you down to nothing. And that's one of the main reasons. My theory is why it's hard for Black people to come together, because we don't know who we are for real. So we have nothing to trace ourselves back. Like even, I got some white people I do business when I deal with, and they all, they don't really, I'm German and Irish, or I'm German and we can't say that I'm Swahili and Nigerian. We can't.
Right.
The Black person, we don't have anything to.
We don't have any homelands, no traditions. That you're right though. That's kind of the problem. But I heard, because I was talking to this brother one time, and I was like, we're having a discussion about being called Black, and I was telling him about the definition of it. And he like, and then I told him the definition of white. He was like, I don't want to be called Black. I just want to be called an American, because that's what I am. I'm here. This my, you know what I'm saying? If you kind of
that's my theory. Not to cut you off, but that's my theory. Like I've never been to Africa. I don't have any connection to Africa. So how can I say I'm an African American? And that was Jesse Jackson, and I can't think of the other guy who coined us as African American. This was
I mean, they ain't make it up, but they brought it.
Spoke for us, and they gave us that. This is your title. But shit, I'm an American. When I go to Africa, motherfuckers don't see me as an African American. They see me.
But I mean, you don't think we should have some type of connection with Africa? Because just like you said, people be like, I'm German and Irish. So should we say I'm African?
But we don't have any. You do these ancestral DNA, but how reliable is that shit? To be honest,
they just tell you the region you might be from.
Yeah, like how really realistic? I'm just being honest, man. Like people, like you can, like they can tell you anything. You trace back to, you're Ethiopian. Like, man, we don't know, like for real. But you don't have any. White people can trace their lineage back to, I'm Italian. I come from,
But even Africans, most Africans can do that too. We're born in Africa. They can trace.
Yes, Africans that came over here, they actually traveled over here willingly.
Yeah.
Their kids that go to school here, they can tell you that I'm Nigerian or I'm,
Yeah. I think that is a big flaw, but like you said, maybe we should start coining we're just Americans. I think
you should. You are an American. If you leave out of this country as a Black person, they're gonna call you an American. They're not gonna call you an African American. They're going you are an American.
Right.
There is no.
No, they're gonna call you a nigga. Now let me say.
I don't know across the waters they calling you. Maybe like in England. I think England is close to America and kind of their structure and shit like that. You know what I mean? Maybe so. Russia
we really should be getting paid off of England, boy. They rob.
Russia might just treat you bad as a Black person, but I don't know if they use a nigga. I don't know. I can't speak to it.
I think they got old girl hemmed up right now.
Yeah, they got her. That's a ploy too. That's some bullshit.
He just warfare, unfortunately.
She's a casualty of, you know what I mean, to be honest. And it's sad because like they said, if that was a LeBron James or a Kevin Durant, how much fight will we be putting to get that?
You know what? Damn, bro, I never even looked at it from that vantage point. I never even thought about that. Wow.
These Black issues take you so many different places for real. Shoot,
they sure do, man. They sure do, especially, man. You only hey, duh. This shit is crazy, bro. Yeah. Like, is it ever gonna be cool? That's what I'm saying. I was talking to my homeboy about that. I was like, just think about if the Black man was at peace in the world. Just think how the world would be, man. It would be so much better.
We so weak as Black people. We so forgiving and so. I think by nature we so want to work with everybody, to be honest, too. Like,
but not amongst ourselves. Don't you think that
but they
the last people that want to work with each other?
Yeah, but
we always willing to work with other people.
I think our nature is competitive with each other anyway. They trained us to hate each other. Think about how slavery, man, other tribes sold other tribes off, man. Like, I think it's in our nature to be not one of each other. You got to think, in Africa, it was many different tribes. Slavery started because one black African tribe sold off another group of tribes. You know what I mean?
Right. And then those tribes started getting sold off.
Yeah, then they got manipulated. Yeah, they could try, like,
you know what I mean? Serves them right. Serves them motherfucking right. And they were doing it. They were selling slaves to get equipment for war and shit. That's the crazy part about that.
to get guns. Like, it wasn't that many white people for real. Like, we was dominating as black people, but they outsmarted us with the, like, we're gonna get them guns and we're gonna get them the shit that they like, for real.
My man in the chat said, "What is RBR doing to save the black community, bro?" He tearing us down to save the black community. that's one of my adversaries, man. the infamous RBR and shit. Tearing black people so much,
tearing us down to save the black.
Yeah, he absolutely does that.
If that ain't an oxymoron, is shit.
Bro, I'm telling, trust me. Like, he was like clowning the situation with dude the other day, man. I mean, last night. I had to get
the kid that got killed.
Yeah.
I mean, what was he saying?
You know what I'm saying? He literally said KonsciousMoRON to be that guy got shot 60 times. Like, bro,
why would you
like, even if you don't like me, even if you don't like me, it ain't no sense of disrespecting that young.
Yeah, that's so insensitive in a situation. Yeah, you shouldn't even. Somebody should.
Like, I can accept you not liking me and not giving a fuck about me, but to talk about, so you know what I'm saying, a man who just lost his life.
To say that, you almost want to put him in a dark room and whoop his ass for shit like that. Like, that's
bro, he's hold on, I'll let you listen to it again. Let's see if with that dump, capital one and. And the crazy part is he's stuck on getting this YouTube money that don't exist, man. What's up, Josh?
I might not even be in this chat with you. They fuck around and come tap my computer in line.
Nah, man, you good. We ain't that big. Yeah, I hope. If we ain't getting no money. Let's see what he talking about.
Hey, Mar. Hey, Mar. Mar. Can you tell Cody to bring my computer charger?
You can mute yourself, man. You're giving names up and everything, bro.
All right.
Am I muted now?
For the lawsuit.
No, we can still hear.
Yeah.
I'm pressing the mute.
Oh, cut him. Now look who he's talking about. He's talking to his peeps.
See, look, literally, dog.
Talking about me. What about the people in Akron? Well, we were hoping there's some way we could get the racists.
Do you see what I'm saying, man? This dude is crazy, man.
Conscious, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're giving names up, but you got your YouTube unmuted now.
Look,
unmuted now.
This is a show for the lawsuit.
No, we can still hear it. Go back to the YouTube and unmute.
Now look who he's talking about. He's talking to his peeps.
See, look, literally.
Look. He's talking about me. She's streaming my, which I appreciate, of course, by the way. So he's streaming my show.
Marty, bring that charger.
I mean, the dude is crazy. Really, yeah. He can't accept an argument from me. Because I'm black. That's crazy. Why? He's black too. Yeah, but they like me. I'm handsome. Go.
This dude is mad, man.
I'm a handsome black fool. Well, we love you. Taser, shots fired. What? Pow.
all this hate, and I don't understand, man. I don't. This is literally the internet. I've never seen this dude in person.
Yeah, he's real handsome.
Ever.
Close casket.
So you hear that? Do you hear that, man? This shit is crazy.
Cool ass nigga.
Thank you for blowing up the channel, though. Go keep doing that shit.
All right, intro promo.
Wow. And we were literally talking to my folks in Akron.
Title, right? And the title don't have nothing to do with the show. They call that stupid. They call that clickbait.
Yeah, it should still be posted in the chat.
People recognize that.
Yeah, man. Come on back up.
They don't fuck with it. He said,
my fault. I got you. Fade to black.
By attacking him, by lying on him. Who's telling them that?
But hey,
now,
hold on, y'all.
You brought that up.
Yeah, okay.
Why? Because when Kevin died, Kevin Samuels, I know Deacon doesn't like me to talk about Kevin Samuels. Over us, over black people, and it killed him. But here, Tom Likas, Jordan Peterson, right, and a couple of other racists were attacking Kevin for stealing their thunder. Correctly, right? Correctly. You know, I told you the executive producer of this show used to be a security guard in Beverly Hills. So he knows where Tom Likas and everybody lives, right? Because he was a security guard. So he had to know where all those celebrities live. And if you get a call, then you go to the house and let them shoot you instead of the celebrities. So, so Tom Likas, he was a fan of Tom Likas. He listened to Tom Likas. So he showed me where Tom and the news anchors and the reporters on ESPN.
All right, we back. I think we back.
And so I said, well, let's roll them. And so we went up on Santa Monica Boulevard, everywhere, right?
You back in there? Like swimwear? Unmute your mic, big dog. But as you can see, Tampa, that's what RBR is doing. He's talking about a black man just trying to bring awareness to this situation. That's all. That's all. It's cool, though. We appreciate the shout out from RBR. You know what I mean? What up? You back in the building, man? You might have to unmute your mic again.
I don't even know how to unmute it.
There you go. There you go. We hear you. We hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I'm back.
Yeah, you back. You back. You back. He just did a live promo for my show, so man, we gotta appreciate that.
Your guy.
Yeah, like literally when I went over to as you were dropping, I went over to the show to see what he was talking about. He was like, "Look at this guy, KonsciousSmoRON. He's talking about his peeps from Akron." You know what he is? He's talking about me. That's what he said. He's such a narcissist, man.
You should have typed in his chat, man. This don't have nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I was just literally about to do that, man.
Like this hit home. We on some totally different.
He don't realize it, man. He don't everything is about him on YouTube.
Well, he's a narcissist for sure.
He's an evil genius. Paranoid narcissist. That's what I call him.
Is he a genius? I don't know the man.
No, I just because he always says that about himself. He's a borderline genius. But I always come back. It's a thin line between being a genius and being insane.
It's some people that just repeat information that they've heard. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's definitely good. He can do a soliloquy like no one else, bro. I will give him that.
He can retain. So he can retain information. He's a good test taker. He can look at
but it's not accurate information, and he does it so fast that he can almost confuse you if you're not listening closely. But we come from Akron, so we know how to listen. We know how to pick up even when they think we ain't picking up. You dig? Yeah, there.
Yeah, no. If you come from a different walk of life, you know when somebody fast talking to you and doing that extra stuff though. You can't.
Yeah,
and that's also. So he tried to run that pimp hustler game, huh?
But almost in the Brian Gumbo aspect of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's very conservative with it. You know, or not conservative, but properly. You know what I'm saying?
So if you
Speaking.
don't, if you don't know much or you ain't tuned up, you could
He
be
sounds
fooled by,
intelligent. Yeah, he
you could be
sounds
fooled by
highly
some of the
intelligent
stuff.
if you kind of listen to him. But if you were, if you kind of got street smarts and you start listening, you'd be like, oh wait, you almost had it, but something ain't
you run a
right.
game. Yeah.
Something ain't right.
Yeah, for sure.
He's literally hold on. Yeah, and he's kind of stuck on this loop where YouTube owes him owes black content creators $90 billion.
Yeah, I can't give him the energy though, because for real, it's about what's going on for real. I can't give him energy.
And that's kind of the bad part, because initially when you meet him, or you know what I'm saying, you go into his channel, you think he is kind of about that business, but then you start, well, hold on, man, you kind of keep making this all about you, and then you say something, and he tries to kind of hodgepodge the black community in his hustle. You like it, I mean, it's kind of Dr. Umar-esque, you know what I'm saying, that type of brother and shit, you know.
Yeah,
he got a lot of them.
He got an agenda behind, which a lot of people got an agenda. You trying to stir up some stuff to
no, he's trying to get that money, but that's the crazy part, bro. What up, Lawrence? That's the crazy part. He got Shaka in the building. What's going on, Shaka? Appreciate the pull up, yo. It's real kind of it's sad in a sense, though. You know what I mean? Like, cause he could be influencing people and because he was in media, so he could be helping. You know what I'm saying? Black content creators get on, and that's why I initially kind of started rocking with him a little bit. But then you realize they
just put a curfew in the place.
Damn, they just put a curfew in the place. So Akron has a curfew going on. Breaking news, folks. I'm talking to some of my people from Akron. It's Fade to Black. He gonna start a channel. No, I don't know if he gonna start a channel. But we just talked.
I might just appear on you every blue moon.
Yeah. As long as you still come around. What's going on, All Heart?
Yeah.
Oh, you got black ones. Don't feel bad. We all get black ones.
They said Independence Day been canceled for a lack of independence. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I know. I just don't want nothing to kind of escalate up there. You know what I'm saying? Where it puts us against the cops and all that type of shit, man.
I mean, that's what it is, though. That's what it's going. You know, this is what the situation makes it. You know, the people versus the cops, like the situation in itself. You know what I mean? So
I mean, the only thing that I didn't like, I seen a few brothers and sisters, but I seen a lot of white folks down there too. And I mean, I guess I understand that too, but it's eerie to see stuff like that. You know what I mean? So fast, like
it always is a lot of white people when a movement comes. It always is.
Yeah, but I guess it's different since I'm from that city. I didn't think it would. I don't know. It's just.
I mean, you just seen it with the George Floyd. I mean.
Yeah, but damn, man, it's just like.
I ain't gonna lie, man. The young one's the one that's active though, man. Like when I'm looking at these, there's a lot of young people that's active. They're the ones that's the millennials, man. What they active, man.
Said they in the streets, huh? Protesting.
Yeah. No, for sure, absolutely.
That's kind of weak. What's going on? She appreciate the pull up.
And we just it's early too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they just released a video yesterday.
Yeah, so it's still
it's
gonna be it's a whole world of stuff to go through. Because once you figure out the fate of are they gonna be really held accountable for their actions too? So you got that whole other piece to prepare for. Because out where I live at, the guy probably 2 years ago or so, he pulled out a gun on some little black kids sat at the bus stop right by his auto mechanic shop. That motherfucker ain't been opened back up since.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that one.
And he ain't even do nothing. He just pulled the gun out on them. They protested there for some days. That man ain't been in business since then.
Yeah, that's just.
And then nobody knows really nothing about this police chief. He 2 years. I mean, he like less than a year in as the police chief. Marco came and kind of was in the front of shit too.
That's the black councilman. For people who don't know, his name is Marco Somerville. He's a councilman. Been in.
No, he's actually the advisor to the mayor. That's his role.
Oh, he ain't even councilman no more, huh?
Nah, he got jammed up with that gun in the airport some years back. So they kind of.
Oh, okay.
He was so influential still, though. They created a position, so he's like the advisor to the mayor. So he's setting up like. He the one that kind of enforced.
He the middleman between the black folks and the white folks.
I mean, he kind of helped get stuff set up with policies or whatnot. Like I said, he was the guy that kind of really, put in place the procedure for showing the footage for police incidents and body cams. To be honest.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. So he's an ally.
For sure. And to be honest, the mayor of Akron ain't a bad guy for real with some of the initiatives he's trying to do. We got that, it's a gun violence initiative here where, they gave a lot of a lot of money to, prevent some of the gun violence. So Mayor Horgan seems to be, so I can't knock him for, how he trying to move, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna say, because you still gotta, find comb certain stuff, but he seemed to be, trying to help out the communities, to be honest, with the things he's doing. So I can't say that about the mayor.
Well, that's good though. But they are doing a few. I seen some where they were doing some with houses repaired too, though. So
yeah, they got some grants for, if you own your home, they giving like $25,000 grants to.
Fix it up.
Fix it up, those type of things for sure.
Do you have to own your home or just have a mortgage?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, same thing. If you got a mortgage, you own your home, basically. I mean,
you know how I be thinking, like mortgage, you're still paying, but it's your home. Yeah, you paying for your home. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah. Damn, that's what's up, though. And then this had to happen, man. Akron was on its way back. They doing the city, the pipes and shit. Now this shit happened. It seemed like Akron just can't get ahead ever since the rubbers, the factories left, man. Because I can remember graduating.
That's everybody though, man. You know what I mean? Like it's just a,
See,
Akron has really become a retirement place. You know what I mean? For real. Outside of, it's not really a place, far as if you trying to really create a, business and stuff like that, it's going to be real small, mom and pop. Goodyear's still here, but it's not really.
And then AU, though, they still got Akron U. So I kind of get you, like you said, retirement kind of college town vibe,
Yeah, like, really in the city of Akron, the hospitals and the university kind of
is everything.
To be honest, and
but Amazon kind of taking over. I won't say taking
Amazon
over
everywhere, man. So that's a conglomerate around the world. Like for real, Detroit. Somebody said Detroit too. Yeah, Detroit too as well. They see some energy for sure.
Yeah, now he good brother, man. He be on that money tip too. Now I'm pretty sure she would be like, we all need to get together, man. All the black folks, because he in Georgia as well. I'm telling you, man, like Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee, we'll be good, man. We'll be good, man.
But like for real, and like even like with my family, and like those connections to the South ain't as strong as they used to be. When those those matriarchs and patriarchs pass away. Like we not going down there as much, so you ain't that in touch with we just going to Alabama every summer to 1920. Right. Like you going every summer, every year. There ain't a question. The question was when we going to Alabama.
You right.
But now you lose those you lose those matriarchs and patriarchs, and you ain't You know, that stuff ain't really passed down with that family. Like, it don't even be a lot of family reunions no more. Like family reunions was big in the
early 80s and 90s.
80s, 90s, maybe early to 2000s. I even get at. Everybody, hey, I got a family reunion. I'm going to family reunion. You know, ain't nobody really going to the family reunion.
Oh my God, man! I'm sorry. I'm reading this fucking. This dude is the fucking worst, man.
He listening in? Do he be listening in?
Yeah, he was doing it, but he just did it. Like this dude his show is so wacky. He be doing in-show promos like during the show. Like I kind of get it a little bit, but he did one about me. It said Coon Conscious would rather talk about the brother being shot 90 times by the Nazis as opposed to getting blacks $90 billion. Nazis would think twice about
man, if you getting shot
with $90 billion.
If you getting shot 90 billion, like he wants to do stuff to catch a buzz. Like, man,
definitely.
If we getting shot up, we ain't making no money. Shit, we can even try to get some money. Shit, like,
that's what I'm saying. He's so wrapped up into it. It is crazy, man. Dude is crazy. For no good reason, but just to be crazy, I think. Yeah. It's sad and funny at the same time, though.
Yeah.
And I told him I was trying to stay away from this dude too, man. That's why I ain't been doing no lives. And I was trying to like get it. Hopefully, I get out his system. He stop talking about me. He get out my system and shit. But hell no, this nigga crazy, man.
He's so flawed, and it seems like what he talking about. I think it's almost he just want those buzzwords from whatever it is that somebody else talking and kind of just flip it.
Oh yeah, definitely. He a clout writer in a sense, but I mean, I can't say that he's wrong for doing this. YouTube, so it is what it is. But I just think of the avenue that he tries to play is what is the bad part about it. Like you call yourself the real brother and you only focus on getting this money, man. You know what I mean? Like we want money, no doubt, but if we not united, what does the money mean? And then he don't even want to pull the trigger on getting the money because he say he got all, I got all the evidence we need. I'm like, well, file the case, man. I even get a lawyer. Well, you got to find the right lawyer that won't dick you. I'm like, come on, man. $90 billion case, ain't no lawyer gonna dick you over that. They want their 30%.
So he want
$90 billion. You don't think they're gonna try and get that money? The fuck? But it's that's kind of the bad part about you.
What you saying?
Huh?
Because to be honest, somebody told me a long time ago, if you do what you love and you do what's really, that money gonna come regardless.
Yeah, well, now it sounds like you agree with him. But no, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
what I'm saying is, somebody told me, no, I'm saying I got the word. If you're doing something that you love and it's purposeful, money's gonna come. But for me, just going out chasing it, kind of like, and that's what I feel from what you're giving me. And he's just trying to easy money.
It ain't how we set it up though. It's not easy. That's what I don't understand. How we got it set up and trying to do it. It's not easy. Like, cause the premise is what he's saying is that we supposed to be getting paid for our content, which in a sense I agree with him. But how he's trying to get paid is he wants to get paid off of ad revenue that YouTube pay. You know how you go on to YouTube and you see that little ads in the corner. What's going on, Third Ward? Appreciate the pull up. You know how you see the ads in the corner when you're on your YouTube page. He thinks that people should get paid off of that. I'm like, it's like watching a commercial on your TV, bro. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing major and shit.
Well, you better find something else to do then.
Yeah, it's time. But so how you think the hood is reacting to what's going on in the city, man?
Man, the same, man. The heart of Akron, to be honest, if you know anything about Akron, is probably Copley Road and probably Arlington on the east wing.
Yeah, those are the main thoroughfares.
Yeah, so some of the main cut throughs through
the city.
Man, from Open Pantry to pass book though, to be honest, was like, remember how Mayday was back in the day? You had that whole it was damn near like that. They turned Copley into a one-way street yesterday. You couldn't go back down Copley like you going towards Krispy Kreme and going up towards Madison. It was a one-way from basically from, I say probably Noah going past Greenwood for sure. Like you wasn't going down Copley.
That's so weak, man.
So like and supposedly, his grandma's house is on Packard somewhere like right across from Bookville.
Hey, Miss Sanchez.
I'm
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm speaking
from the city, so I can talk to you about specific streets. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I'm from the city. I know exactly where you're talking about.
So it was, it was kind of sold up from there. You know what I mean? To be honest. So I mean, I don't think nothing really was tore up on that west side. So I think they protest was pretty peaceful, but
downtown is where all the shit was happening.
Downtown when that night fell, I mean, they had different kind of like, I think they kind of like, they marched and kind of hit the police station from different way. I think some came up Mill Street, up Bowery in Exchange, but after a while they set up those barricades. They tore the barricades down, and then the police, tear gas and pushed them back to Main Street, basically away from the police station. Department. Yeah, so they and that's when they kind of congregated on Main. Some people was kind of, they said they wanted to, like, you black people hanging out like y'all getting out of the club. But I think it was more so, the tear gas was, pretty much an issue. So they was throwing that tear gas. I think they kind of was just kind of dispersing the kind of, but APD kind of forced them to go down there and tear up those businesses down there, to be honest, instead of keeping them right there in the, and I got a cousin that worked for probation. They sent them home last week, Thursday and Friday. They're like, we'll let y'all know next week if we're gonna have y'all come back.
Sent them home
because they knew it was gonna be they knew it was gonna be some stuff going on. So they sent them home from work. They like, get in your cars and go home because we don't know what, is going to be the because it didn't really get out. It happened early Monday morning. So I didn't really even find out really seriously to it till about Wednesday of last week, where it really started, the chatter and everything started, kind of leaking out. And then I want to say like Thursday, they held a press conference with the attorneys and the family. And, they announced when the video is going to be released. And that Thursday, my cousin said they sent them home Thursday and Friday because she worked in the probation department. And they said, we'll let y'all know how we going to move next week with everything that's going on. So it's crazy, man. Like I said, you see and you feel for the families across the country and across, you feel for your black people in different states, but when that shit hits your doorstep, it becomes a reality, and you get to thinking about, like I said, your loved ones, your kids, if you got young kids, and everything that's going on. I run an organization, so we trying to figure out, are we gonna shut down for a week just to see the temperature of everything that's going on, or kind of like so.
What's going on, kid?
Hey, what's up there, Conscious?
Chilling, man.
Hey, how I sound? I'm sound all right? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud, clear.
All right, just trying out this microphone. Yeah, man, I'm just checking in. I was looking at the videos that you put up in the chat of the shooting.
Right.
The dude, how old the boy was? 13, 14?
25.
The dude was 25 who got shot down?
Yeah, he was 25.
Yeah. Look, that's what I say, Conscious. Now, I always tell the youngsters, I say, but you know what they're going to do, y'all, if they catch y'all doing that shit.
Right.
A high-speed chase. The city and the state will back them cops up, and they go overkill you. They go overkill you because it's one thing if you want to put the blame on one cop, but if you cops know to multiple, cops go open fire. That way you can't really tell what bullet actually killed them. But yeah, dude, you running out the car at 12:30 at night and shit like that. That's you. He put himself in a bad spot, bad position.
But Kev, they don't even. They still haven't said why they even pulled him over or started the chase yet.
Yeah, it'll come out.
None of that.
Yeah, it'll come out, and the police gonna be. You know, the police can be dead wrong, but you putting yourself in. I be telling them, don't put yourself in a spot.
And that's what I was. This is my folks from Akron. And that's what I was saying. Unfortunately, they're gonna use that shots fired as kind of their scapegoat in this situation. You know, we thought he was a threat and all this other stuff, but
yeah, and that flies. I mean, look at how many with all the technology and all the video shootings we see. We only got like 5 officers convicted. Even Amber Geiger, and that motherfucker she ain't gonna do no damn time. And that's in the front door of somebody's shit while they're eating cereal. So I be telling the youngsters, you know, I always tell them when look, don't let them people get you shook like that or pissed off. They won't piss you off. Don't be aggravated. This could, you know what I'm saying? But you running like that in a high speed chase, it's gonna be a bad. Some cops just gonna kill you off the dump. You know, we got a problem with that with our deputies in Louisiana, our state trooper. They go beat or kill you if you run. And
you know what's so crazy, You know what's so crazy, my guy, though? It wasn't even a high-speed chase. And that's the thing. I'm pretty sure the brother feel fear for his life. And I hear what you're saying. When you get out and start running.
In general, if you don't pull over, you got
you putting yourself in. Yeah, you putting yourself in a situation.
It's on.
Yeah.
Now I can respect if you hit the gas and I mean, hell, you trying to get away. I seen some dudes. I knew some. I actually had a partner did that. He trying to get somewhere. He know he already know what it is. But for the youngsters, though. You know, like I seen a guy get pulled over some minor traffic stuff. It was gonna be misdemeanor bullshit, little weed in the car. And the one when the lady said she used the fucking taser. Dude, just go ahead on and get the ticket and just go to let them arrest you. Don't jump in and hit that fucking gas because the first thing gonna say their life in jeopardy. That's their scapegoat.
Yeah, and that's what I said.
Purposely step in front of the car and step out the way to justify gunning you down.
Yeah. I want to see what, you know, like I said, I needed to see the first what y'all put him over for, because that might determine, you know, why he feared for himself, man. Because it looked like once they started following him, they was already on the kill the man, to be honest. That kind of what I got. And you don't got the initial pullover. You know, they don't have any footage of when he initially got pulled over.
Right. And what they can easily throw in that traffic violation. You know, from what I was looking at on the video, they said, you know, it's a traffic violation, something such and such. He didn't stop and he kept going, regardless of the speed. If you keep going,
no, for sure, you commit a felony right there when you sure.
Well, it ain't just a felony because they coming and gunning for your ass now at 12:30 at night with nobody around, and it's just you and the police. It's different. It ain't no extra cameras, no extra shit, but the ones on them. That's a bad spot.
Yeah, it's a terrible spot. It's tragic for sure.
Even some of the ones we didn't consider get a pouch to here. Okay. Even the ones we consider like the brother that got shot down when the man with the green shirt on because he had a little child support and tried to run through the park. Okay. He's just trying to get away because he don't want to go to jail, but look how they coming at you. Now he hit on his behalf. I know he didn't think they was gonna shoot at him. God damn. You ain't even trying to catch me.
This shit gotta change, man. It's so.
It ain't gonna change. It's embedded in them. That's what they started with. That's what they protected like that. Listen, this ain't nothing new. States, public, DA offices and all that. That's a known thing. That's nothing new. Even with the lady and the man in Chicago, some of that footage she saw of another shooting, she never said shit about. You know, because they go in again, they go protect the police force. I mean, I just want brothers to hey, bro, just chill out. You know, when we went to jail, I would just go to jail. And go to jail out. Most of the time, you can sign out on your own recognizance, bro. Don't even worry about that bullshit. Don't hit the gas, though. That's what they want you to do. That's why they fucking with it like that.
Yeah, that's the only thing that made me think, you know, he had a gun in the car. He probably was scared to death. I got a gun in the car. they gonna kill me for real. That's what my mind's saying too.
Right. Well, yeah, and it's 12:30 at night, and let's just say, and I hate to say what because the police lie a lot. Let's just say he had a gun and a mask in the car. That's just happening. Shit, I mean, fuck, if you rolling like that, man, that's another thing. But regardless of the fact, the cops can be wrong at the pursuit or whatever, but who you gonna put the charge on? You gonna suspend one of them? Two, you ain't gonna get everybody, and they already know if 4 or 5 of them shot at him, you ain't gonna kick 4 or 5 off the force. That's why they do it.
It was a total of 8 cops that shot too.
Yeah, what you gonna do? Shoot all the well? When I walked up on the scene, just like they did with the Danziger bread shit, the excuse was the other 3 cops that joined in the shooting is that there was already an active shooting involved, so they was trained to react to whatever. So they covered. So the only one that usually get a little bad charge, a little bad rap, is like when the brother Walker with the knife in the street. He was the only one shot. Okay, whoever shoot first, they get that. But they knew that, and that's what their excuse was. There was a shooting already in progress called over the radio.
Yeah, all you gotta do is say a shooting, and it wasn't a shooting. That's the thing, man.
Right. That's what they did for Katrina, man. They lied and said there was a shooting to cover up killing an autistic adult with a shot. They killed him with a shotgun because he wouldn't listen. He was autistic, and that autistic man had to have brother was on the bridge, happened to be a doctor who never let it go. And that's how they found out.
They trying to play on the young fella talking about he lost his wife, so he's suicidal. Like, man, they twisting it. They twisting it for sure.
Right.
I don't care.
They
how
can't say he was a thug. That's not because they can't say he was a thug.
Yeah, I don't care how they twist it. Over 100 shots.
Come of that. I don't expect any disciplinary action to come of that. Not because I don't believe it should. It's just that's how things go.
No, for sure.
And they covered with that.
And they're gonna tear this motherfucker up.
They sure will.
I mean, you can tear it up if you want. It ain't gonna stop them.
No, for sure. But I'm just saying, we done seen this story. We done seen this movie before. When they come out that nobody charged, they're gonna tear this motherfucker up. So it's it's a long process.
What state is it in?
Ohio. The best city
Ohio will. But you know what? That ain't hurt nothing but the people in Ohio.
No, for sure.
Right. The state the city don't give it. I mean, the police department don't give a shit. You can't touch them. I mean, that's like when you tell a cop, I'm gonna sue y'all. You ain't suing me. You suing the taxpayers. Yeah, tell you that.
You really suing yourself then.
Yeah, right. The attorneys already said it. The attorney said that, and it's odd that ain't no police officer made a statement yet. You know what I'm saying? And the first statements is the freshest statements. They getting their stories together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When they tear down and they have a riot about it, and whatever it's gonna be about it, that's gonna be the end of it.
No, for sure. They took a steel shot talking about the man turned around and posed a threat to him. That's why they got the man. That man is running away for sure.
Yeah, even if he turn around and look, that's what they're gonna say because they won't hit you in your body or torso first, not in the back. I'm sure he got some shots in the back too.
Man,
now that's what I say with the thing with tearing it down. Like I be telling the brothers in California with the old Watts, the Rodney King shit. And I'm in New Orleans, so we're a little different on that burning the city down shit. That we just different frame of mind of that. After these big ass tear downs, what you think happened? The insurance go up, the prices go up. You ain't doing nothing but hurting that local area. Now take it to the police station. I remember they had a group took it to the politician's house, take it to their front door and protest. That's the only way they're gonna respect it.
For sure, I agree with all that wholeheartedly. We were just talking about that earlier. Like, man, the police pushed them from in front of the police station and put them down, to where the business is operating downtown. They tore up people's businesses versus the police station.
Right, and then I think they picked that dude up and moved him and something like that. Well, he ain't supposed to do that either. Fuck.
Yeah, they handcuffed him after they shot him.
Violating. Yeah, huh?
Yeah, they handcuffed him after they shot him all the times. They tried to put him in the. They tried to resuscitate him, is what they said, and they attempted to put him in the car to take him to but the EMS
Well, you know,
arrived.
with that handcuffing, that when the cops said that's the way they train, they really train like that. If they shoot you, they're gonna handcuff you first. And you'll be lucky if they try anything to help you. They're not there to help you. They're not there for that. They call the paramedics for that. And a lot of people like, they ain't try to help them. I know they call an ambulance. Some departments run different. Some not even allowed.
I ain't trying to help nobody. You shot him over 100 times. So ain't no help. Ain't no help. That man is gone.
Man, they got all kind of bandages in the trunk of them cars. I'm fucking with you.
Somebody put in the chat that he ain't had no business. Man, the man wasn't shooting at no police, man.
Right. I mean, just growing up, you knew if they ran from you, they was gonna shoot you or beat you. That's how we knew growing up. Especially if it's a crime they think that happened.
Yeah, but they still haven't said it was a crime. It was supposed to be a traffic violation.
Yeah, but if it's a traffic violation and he did not pull over, that's different. Or if they got a call for backup and he didn't pull over, did it go? How long did the pursuit? I want to say.
I don't even think it was 15 minutes.
3 or 4 minutes. It wasn't that long of a.
Yeah, that's a long time, man. When you think about a police behind you and you go 3 or 4 minutes second, but that's a long time. 15 minutes, like I said, 3 or 4, you got to pull over, man. You can't do that. They go call for backup, and if they call for backup, they go give you a charge because you made them call. I'm just talking about reality. I'm not talking.
No, for sure. I agree with all what you're saying. I ain't disagreeing none of what you're saying.
Right.
But yeah, he definitely took off. Like I said, it wasn't no high speed though. He got on the expressway, was doing 60 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I almost think he was trying to get home, to be honest.
And I seen some dudes throw dope out the car. I'm a 70s baby, so I grew up through the 90s. I can respect it. I seen some dude keep pulling off and try to throw whatever they can out, go a couple extra bucks. And my boy was like, well, I knew I was gonna get the ass whooping, but I wasn't getting caught with that work.
Yeah, see, that's what I didn't understand, especially if you shot at the cop. Why you take that gun and try and toss it? Like, I don't even have no gun. What you shoot me? It don't seem like you would just leave it in the car. You know what I mean?
No, it ain't no debatable. Somebody in the chat, it ain't debatable. The man wasn't shooting. They talking about a flash from the light.
They said he was shooting.
There is no evidence that he shot anything.
Yeah,
like I said, they talking about him shooting on a dash. It's the 4th of July. People shooting fireworks. You on the expressway.
And how it looked to me, it almost looked like the reflection of, you know what I'm saying? What's them things called? What's the overview lights called on the expressway? You know how it'll reflect off the lights on the expressway? That's what it looked like to me, but it's a still picture. Like if you shooting, why wouldn't you just show the video of him shooting instead of taking the killer?
Yeah. Because you can see the technology they got, you can see.
You talking about like it was still shots?
Yeah, they didn't show him like shooting, like motion. They didn't show the video of him shooting out the window. They took a picture and it looked like a flash, but like that's what I'm saying. It looked like a flash off the lights
outside of the car. Though it wasn't inside of the car; it was outside of the car.
Yeah, but that's what you know how you can be on the expressway and the lights reflect off your window. Like that's what it looked like to me. But I'm saying that I would rather see the video of him because you could see him shooting if he was shooting, or you would see the flash cut that window. No matter how fast he was going, you would still see the flash.
Let's see what I was telling you. That flash is a bad spot where you can't put yourself in a spot where we can't give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
You got to be able to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I was talking to a cat about that on I was talking to books about that. And I was like, man, black people literally, we got to learn a little bit more better, man. Like you said, like take those little L's, the misdemeanors and shit, because it's way better than going into, you know what I'm saying, than being dead, man, or shot. Right. Like we got to stop panicking so much, man.
Fellow possession with a firearm, you might do a little year. If you got a ski mat, they go question that. As long as you ain't got no work on you, you ain't gonna get no real time. Go ahead on car about sit and miss 2 Christmases. and you come
But see,
on home on Christmas. That's
Those,
it.
those misdemeanors
that's
turn into deaths, though. That's the thing. I mean, I got my CCW. I'm so scared. I've been scared for the last few years because when you get behind me, it reads your license plate already. So they coming up to my car with the notion of
you
even
got
if
your
I ain't got my
gun
gun on me that day, to be honest. You know what I mean? That shit is scary. How they doing?
Yeah, you right, man.
That, like going to the brother that was in the car with him, his old lady, and the baby in the back.
Fidel Castro.
Right. See, that was a hit, man. See, people,
Yeah,
you got to look at
he was a CCW owner, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. He was concealed carry,
and he said he had his gun on him, and he was, you know what I'm saying, going to grab for it.
Listen, they stopped him over like 9 or 10 times before. They knew him. They know that dude, and I'm sure he always do put us down and like, oh, he a smart ass nigga. They knew that, and soon that the man ain't reach for nothing. That was already set up the plot on it.
You know, and that's you know what they said about the young fella that just got killed? They said he just got pulled over the night before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he back out again at 12:30. See, that's what I got.
He was a delivery.
He
wasn't no bad. Like, he wasn't no thug, and he was a delivery driver though too. Like he worked for DoorDash or something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? No criminal record, no misdemeanors, nothing like that. So it wasn't like, you know, he was doing dirt or anything.
Yeah, that's why I be like, well, where you going, fella? Where you going?
Yeah, that's kind of the strange thing about it. Like,
come on, man. I be rooting for the dude. No, dude, just go ahead on, pull over, fella.
But I think
I said I gotta see the pullover, man. That's the thing. See, that's determines everything. Because why did he take off? Like, that's the thing, man. Like, what? Something had to happen to make him.
Did he initially pull over though, Dub? I never heard anything about him pulling over. From what I heard,
they not speaking on it. Like, that's what I'm saying. You don't have no information because that would tell me a lot too.
You described a lot though. That you had in the chat though. They had it from all camera and they went through it. I think it was a stop. Then he eventually pulled over and let somebody out the passenger side, and they took.
No, that was him. That was him.
That was him getting out.
He was the only one. He was the only one.
All right, so you trying to jump out that side? Okay.
He opened up the driver's side and never got out, and then got out on the passenger side.
And then took off.
He must have thought he could get away getting out the passenger side.
You're trying to get away. See, that's the thing. And the call is already out there when the police ain't gonna care. Yeah, the police ain't gonna care what society have to say when it's called over the radio shots fired. Everybody from that point on is good to go.
No, for sure.
It's only the initial offer that might. Everybody else coming full force with fire.
Yeah.
If you ever been around, there's a difference when they come. I've been around police where they was actually coming when a cop actually got shot. They do not give a fuck. You better get out their way. They not bullshit, right?
No, for sure.
If you're in their way, they're trampling over your ass. They're not bullshit. They're getting to that cop no matter what and getting to the house. I seen them come through a crowd like that, right? And I'm around Bourbon and you gonna shit like that. They not fucking around. Your rights don't mean shit. So that's how they coming with that mentality. And you know, people never seen it, but it's different. And they come in
conscious when they come in conscious when they killed that man in Cleveland in 2012. They said they heard shots when his car backfired. He was in an older car. They yelled shots fired when his car backfired, and they loaded 137 into the front window and all that stuff.
Oh man, look in New Orleans. They said shots was fired at a line police officer and called and declared martial law on the entire damn city.
That shit is crazy.
For one lying ass cop, one incident during the middle of a travesty. That's how that shit roll. You know, that ain't changing.
It don't seem like it is, unfortunately.
This shit happen all too often, man. Like it's the reality of, and that shit's so sad because you can't do nothing about it for real, to be honest.
Yes, we can. We can all move together.
It's been so part of America, and I always get a kick out of people that just thought that's surprised by this shit. Imagine how bad it was before the cameras.
Man, say it again.
Man.
Say it again, man. So many
And
stuff
see,
we ain't
now,
hear
you know, a
about.
lot
Or
of
see.
people had the issue with Obama, and they said, well, what you like? I say, he got them bitches wearing body cameras, and I've been waiting for all my life for people to start seeing that shit. I done seen the beatings and police get filed and the dope hustling ass. Not most of them, just a few. A few cops can terrorize a 20-block radius easily.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
have you not believing in the fucking American way? And I tell people that shit. And when you grow up like that, man, that shit don't work for that's America. That's white. That's America. That's for white folks. These motherfuckers running through and fucking over us.
For sure.
And they
like I said, I'm more worried about my kids and shit, my nephews, because I, you know, as we older, we learn how to shit. Like you said, I'm pulling over. I ain't doing no extra shit. I ain't talking crazy. You know, I got some of my partners that talk crazy like shit, but I be more worried about my sons, to be honest.
But you know what though? Even when I was younger, I can remember kind of having a little, but I grew up around older cats. You know what I'm saying? One was a lawyer, luckily. But you know, he'd be like, "Yo, just pull over. Like if you ain't doing nothing crazy or major, pull over. Like you said, take that L." Like, and I remember one time getting pulled over in Akron, and it was two cops. It was, you know, two white cops, and the one cop who came up on us, you know, kind of just admitted it. Yo, we smoking, yada yada, and he was cool. Okay, we're gonna write y'all a ticket. You know what I'm saying? Made us switch seats because my homeboy was driving. He had his license. I had mine. But the other cop, you know what I'm saying? He go to the car and start searching, and he find a little weed back. He like, all right, where the crack at? Like all three of us look like, what you talking about? You kind of got to assess the situation too, man. Like in every situation is different. Like when you're around a dickhead cop, I want to say you got to be just be a little bit leery of him, but not like smart and shit like that. You kind of got to, I won't say play the role, but you got to like total line. It's real hard to explain. It's just we got to be more aware of our right, how to exert those rights without being.
It's like one of the younger cats was asking me, Conscious. He said, "Okay, Mr. Cav, you know," and he was on my partner football team. He coached a high school team. He said, "What if the cops pull you over and they, you know, you tell them you don't want to search your car, and they search your car anyway?" I said, "Well, first of all, whatever it is, if they stop and you tell them, just tell me, hey man, I ain't give you permission to search my car. If they do it anyway, you don't have to do no talking. Just go through the motion or whatever they want to do, and then when you get finished, you go file a formal complaint.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's free.
Right.
That's what matters. That's what affecting them. All that talking, jerking away and shit. They want you to do that because you're the wild child. They want that kind. That's why they holding on and giving you the excuse. They go fuck with. I said, man, just take that and let's go file a complaint. See, the one thing is they can't get a complaint off their record. And then the shit on his own record too. I told him this and this, whatever they got, you let that file, then you go in on file that. That way he won't be able to do it to the next motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or that you get a record. You know, they're filing them. See, that affect their promotions and everything in some departments because it's on your permanent record. They don't want that shit. You know that. And look, like the old Lead Belly. Lead Belly was an old famous blues player who was so good at singing the blues. He sung his way out of Angola Penitentiary. Somebody called him and gave him a contract. He said, "A white man with a gun ain't got nothing on a white man with an ink pen."
Ooh.
Right. He was saying because, right.
The pen is mightier than the sword, it seems like.
Yeah, they respect you. We respect physical acts. They got to respect what's documented. We don't understand that shit. It's kind of like with the January 6th shit. We know Trump might not be going to jail, but they want this shit on record and documented because they feel that way. That makes a difference to them. And with their legacy shit like that, we just on the basics. I said, so you got to hit them with that paperwork. Hit them with the pen. They whooping our ass with the pen. You whoop their ass with the pen. You too. And it used to be a union rep so at UPS. So I used to, man, if they talking to you like that, write it up, dog. Just write it up because they got to answer to it. Make them, you know, and I've done it before. I'll open up an entire pro se litigant case against a sheriff office because they arrested me in 2007 for going in my own house and thought it wasn't my shit. It was after Katrina on the breakup. They charged me 2 counts of burglary with my own shit, take them and get my laptop and my books out the house. That's it. Then when they held me 45 days without a bond, even called my job, which is illegal. Right? So I had to go through that. So yeah, when I got out, it's the same time in the parish. When I got out, the first thing I did, I'm a firm believer. It took 45 days without a bond, no criminal record, no nothing. Never did nothing on that. And so, and then they got ways. I'm gonna tell you how I got out. Is a different little different thing how I got out, because my boy had property bonds. What they're doing in these small towns is they say, okay, well, you got to put up property to get it out. $100,000 bond. I got my bond bigger than niggas on murder charges. So what they do is they try to make you plead it out or be in there a year because you can't bond out. So they say you need a property bond, but you need to have property in that parish. So my friend had 2 pieces of property. My little brother had 2 or 3 pieces of property in that parish. They still wouldn't let the bond out, but the paperwork haven't been processed yet. So it took 45 days and a lawyer coming there for me to go ahead and slip on out of there. I went right back immediately to the same thing and went to the internal affairs. And I went to internal affairs and said, well, I don't understand why I was held 45 days without a bond. Right. It's your right to due process. That's how what they try to do is lock you up, throw away the key. But I had juvenile experience. So me and my niggas already knew how the process was going. I even told them, don't even put no money up, bro. He said they're trying to railroad you. So it was about 15 to 20,000, which I already had. And so, so I wound up getting out a different way. But they know how that shit goes. So I went to the internal affair dude, black dude. And I got the names of these sheriffs and shit too. I still got their card. I said, well, I told them the situation and everything like that. And I said, well, I wouldn't want to know why, I got held 45 days. And I could tell you the sheriff's name in St. Tammany's Parish off the top of my head is Longino, right? Black dude who got his ass whooped by the police department out there in Mandeville around David Duke. And then they give him a fucking position. So that's their little monkey over the jail. So they can do the black thing. They got that. That happens. So I talking to him. I said, well, you said, well, you going to have your father want to write a report. I said, nah, no, you write the report. I want you to write. He said, well, you have to. I said, well, I'm illiterate. I need you to write it. So he called So he called the warden on the cell phone. The man was asking with such and such. And I could tell because there was an investigation going on in that prison already. That was already happening. So, like a long story short, he didn't take down what I said, so I just took his card and ran with it. I opened up a federal case. I had the sheriff card, my arrest date, and then my bail setting date, which is 45 days after instead of 72 hours. So, and I took that to the federal court. I told him I went to because you got to go through the steps. You don't just go to the feds without going to talk to internal affairs about it. So I brought that up with the Baton Rouge, filled it out as a pro se litigant, went down to Tulane Law Library, just find out what I need to put it in, got some examples, all the way down to the conclusion, and I opened up a whole federal case on it. As a pro se litigant. Fuck, I was there. Right.
That's what's up, man.
Right.
But I think we're gonna have to start doing that more.
You fucking right, man. Because my thing is, hold on, I don't mind. No nigga really mind. No dude I know that was a criminal mind getting, they'll take their lick when they go to jail if they get caught doing something wrong and they know they're wrong. Nothing piss somebody off when you ain't do shit wrong. Like a motherfucker planting crack on you. Like, damn, dog, you gonna plant this shit on me? But because he need an arrest. See, that's what bother you when you know you ain't do nothing wrong. And they trying to mess over you. So yeah.
But they keep doing, that's gonna never stop. They're gonna be planting stuff forever, just like they murdering. They stay trying to do that type of stuff, man.
Yeah, but none of them like the fact that I was able to send the U.S. Marshals to the motherfuckers. And the cop's name and everything.
And basically debunk everything they had going on, huh?
Right. So the thing was, at least in trying to make enough noise where they were like, okay, get your ass, all right, here you go, get your ass on. All right, well, all right, I got to say something. I ain't gonna just let you dog me out.
For sure. But like you said, we ain't smart enough to. I ain't gonna even say we ain't smart enough. We don't know enough to even move like that. A lot of us don't know how to move. I ain't gonna say myself, but a lot of us don't understand how to move that way. Like you said, you telling your young boys, let them search it. Then you file that paperwork that you didn't get permission to, because you only supposed to be able to search your house or your car if you got probable cause or
a warrant,
a warrant to search that stuff. You can't just search people's stuff like that. But
right, you don't have to exaggerate, you don't have to lie, just know what it is and know when they crossing the line. You put that in your paperwork. Let them lie because they gonna lie. Right,
still
so
get
let
in the
the
situation.
camera work for you.
You still get in a situation where they, like, even with the Breonna Taylor, they kicked in her door talking about they looking for the boyfriend. So you shoot her, and so it's a
right.
It's a hard fight for us, man. Bottom line.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta all link up, man. Come on down to the South, all y'all folks up in the North. Spread this word. South, where we need to be.
We gotta do more than. We gotta come to the South with some shit in order, though. We can't just go to the South. That's the problem. Shit, we don't got shit in order, man. Like shit, you gotta come with ready to go for real.
I mean, I think we gonna almost have to run and gun on this. Huh? I said I think we're gonna just have to run and gun on this one. Look, okay, we got one. Miss Popcornologist, appreciate the pull up. She said she coming to the South.
Hey, I hear you. I hear you coming, but we got to still come with some shit in place, some policies, a council. We got to come with shit in place for real. To be honest,
I think we do both at the same time. No, I think we can come up with some standards that we must kind of adhere to, and then just try and find locations. I think we can do it at the same time.
No, I agree. But I'm saying we can't just migrate down there and just be down there. Though. We got to come with some shit in place, man, for real.
I mean, what you think we need then?
Man, shit, we damn near need our own government, to be honest.
But you would kind of be able to form that when the people start coming down. It would take maybe, you know what I'm saying, 4 or 5 years to have
I got a little answer for that, dog. I've been on this shit for a minute. First thing you can do, like these white folks who up north in the West Coast, they buying up land and property. White folks are on that shit now, especially these major cities. Y'all, and I'm talking to these niggas on YouTube from the East Coast, still down in the South. And I say, man, y'all fuck it. Y'all got, man, you can have $150,000 in your account. I own a 3-bedroom house in land.
Right.
My net worth is bigger than yours, nigga. Even though I make 60,000 or 70,000, it's not about a grind hustle for us. Like, and I understand how it is for them because you ain't buying land. Them white folks gonna keep redistricting y'all where they ain't giving you that prime real estate. It's down here in the South. So the first thing you do is look. You could Google it. Top places for middle class cities in the South for Black people. Raleigh, North Carolina, Durham. They got a couple of people in South Carolina where they got upper middle class and decent salaries around. You got Virginia got a nice couple of areas. You got naval bases there, so you got a consistent income. North Carolina has always been big since I was growing up on their school programs because even the girls program. Because you remember North Carolina girls basketball, soccer, all that kind of shit there. So they take care of their shit, and they got decent jobs and warehouses. And then you look at another place, Atlanta right now. The outskirts are kind of oversaturated with Atlanta, but you could pick decent spots. That way, your voting power is that among middle class Black people.
I think Atlanta would almost have to be saved for kind of like the upper middle class and rich Black folks for them. But around the area, probably like Savannah, Athens. We could probably do some things around there. You did
that shit sound good. But buying the land, I agree with all that shit. But we gotta have some shit in place. We got all you niggas in one place. We gonna
you know what we do. What
Because
up, Tim in the building?
we got all black neighborhoods like that. The fact that you moving in the upper middle class or middle class black neighborhood, you already establishing that, right? And then you bring in your skills to that environment already. So it's not like it's a doggy dog world out here. I'm in New Orleans. Shit, everybody, those people don't have those kind of issues like they do in major cities. It's real laid back. Your presence, your vote, and what you bring. Not only that, y'all East Coast folks come with fresher ideas because y'all have different eyes than Southerners.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why y'all able to operate like, man, I can do this, and this legit shit, and make a killing.
Right.
And that's what some dudes did.
Yeah, definitely. You're absolutely right, man.
Because we do look up to the East Coast on fashion. That's a trend, fashion. Hell, y'all already into filming and stuff like that. I mean, how many little small groups that you can say, okay, we'll film your little video or whatever it is, man. So, because y'all have
something to offer each other, though. It ain't.
I guess I'm thinking on a different level. Like, and we need our own shit to protect our people. Yeah, that land and shit cool, but we damn near need when shit.
But we
like
would have that though. Like the more people that come down here, the more people that's gonna be protected. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but we got to have some shit in order to protect that. To protect that shit, like that's why I said you almost gotta have your own damn near your government, United Nations.
Well, we got to do it like the
that ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work.
Like the Mexicans and the immigrants did it. They just flooded the scene. They didn't. You know what I'm saying? Form no government. They flooded the scene. Made sure it was enough people down there. Then they started changing. You know what I'm saying? The area and doing certain things.
They not a threat like black people is to.
Shit, me. They is now. They is now. They taking over. They is now.
The only reason why they're not a threat to some white folks is because they still vote Republican, but they don't like them either. It's just that white folks more worried, concerned about us.
I ain't saying that we smart as black people. They are afraid. They don't give a fuck about the Mexicans like they care about us.
Yeah, because
they use us black people to do shit and then basically finesse your ass, and that's why it's a lot of Uncle Tom ass niggas, man. Like black people smart as fuck. They don't give a fuck about.
They ain't got to finesse them niggas, man. Them niggas volunteering.
Yeah, for sure. After they get comfortable, for sure. That's why I'm saying black people are smart just by nature. Like, the Mexicans are gonna work like a motherfucker. Go ahead, we don't give a fuck about what y'all do. Y'all gonna work for cheap. Yeah, y'all can have that little area. Black people gonna have an opinion and gonna be on top of shit. That's a threat, man. We are a threat.
Yeah, but see, I get what you're saying. You see, the thing is, you still got to hold the black people you put up there accountable too, because you can have all black city with just some dirty ass black representative back and forth in office. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's how Atlanta is kind of a little bit.
Right. That shit is just ridiculous. Detroit, that's all black police force in New Orleans was 60% black, with more violation of constitutional rights of an 80% black city ever put on record. So now you got to watch them niggas too. You see what I'm saying? So, but if you in the middle class area, right, you in the middle class area, you got more of a right. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got to really watch them. Them the killers. Them the ones that here. I already know where the white folks coming. It's them motherfuckers that's going to give up the game and being used by them just to keep you in order. That's the ones, like the Attorney General from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, with the Breonna Taylor shit. He didn't bring them to trial. He didn't even present the evidence to the jury.
Now the young lady said Mexicans have gotten smarter in the North. They know they were. Damn, I'm sorry.
I don't disagree with her at all.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with her at all.
Right.
They up here buying up all our land, to be honest.
That's right. They know how to.
That's why I rag them dudes from the East Coast. All that barking don't mean shit, man. Them people moving. Them people making moves. They thinking long term. We still, arguing about the damn system, and these dudes got the money.
Yeah, they making it happen. Niggas have money. when I first moved down here, I met a Mexican, and he would, and I'm like, man, how you getting? Because he had 2 cars and everything. He was doing this thing. He said, I'm like, how y'all getting all this money? He said, what we did is 4 families moved into a house, and for 3 months, my family would pay all the bills. And the next 3 months, the next family would pay all the bills. Then the next 3 months, the next family would pay all the bills. Then the next 3 months, the other family would pay all the bills. He was like, by the time it was up, we all had enough money saved up to go our own ways. I said, God damn, that's smart as hell. He was like, but
that's what people always like to ask how they're able to do it. And the white Mexican man come down there and he do better than the black man. I said, first of all, the people come with a skill of building homes, and they will do what they have to do and even work those farms. But the thing is, they sacrifice. The same thing with Indian folks. They live 2-3 families for years in some of these Asians. And one person control the grandpa control the money, split the bills. You get a salary when you work in these grocery stores. That's a different sacrifice. Our culture ain't doing that.
No,
they won't even work with family unless it's top dollars.
They forcing us now with these gas prices and these rent prices. Motherfuckers gonna force to live with multiple.
They about to force y'all. We already know what to do. Shit. Not only that,
I ain't gonna lie.
Our gas down here, because we buy the refineries. It's $4.50.
Man, it's $5 up here. The north is man. Average rent up here and you ain't making that much. Average rent right now, man, for a 2-bedroom about $1,200. Man,
get out of here. That's how much and I'm kind of in the, I don't want to say the ragged part of the city, but you know what I'm saying. It could be the part I'm in could be a little bit better, but my average price is like $900 for one bedroom.
That's like $1,200 up here. Gas $5. They about to force families to be living back together. Like it ain't gonna be no, because they can't afford it.
You damn right. I mean, and let's put it like, and down here, if I rent on, I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom garage with a yard, and rent for this is $1,100. To buy it costs $13. Was costing, let's say 5 years ago it was like $130,000. So somebody like y'all nigga, I mean, these people just buying the whole. Oh fuck, I buy that.
Right.
The market, and they just have 2. That's what they doing up there. They just come just buy the house.
Yeah, it's a lot of corporations buying houses down where I'm in the city.
Dude, you got a house.
That's happening up here too, man. Like they
messing up the housing market because they got all this inventory and don't know, and can't nobody afford it. So it's gonna crash here in a minute. From what I've been watching,
I watch a couple of them. You know what's gonna happen? And I was talking to somebody, because they got different agencies and people just buying up, and they said they're not building properties as fast up here up north. So what they gonna end up doing is selling the motherfuckers back to the bank and basically doubling, tripling their money for real. They buying up all that land.
But why would the bank want them if the investors can't move them?
Because the bank's gonna always get bailed out by the government if shit go bad. So the investors buying them, you can't rent them out, and they gonna sell them. They gonna sell them to the banks and triple their money. And the bank's always gonna get bailed out by the government, always.
Right.
So they went like it's a
Trump just let it go where they could do that shit again. They call that the American way, and that's what it is.
Like I was telling you about remember I was talking to you before, and I was telling you about how they putting all the properties on a Zillow or whatnot, and charging the registration fees for 9-10 months, a $50 application, and not making even 20,000-30,000, and not even
trying to sell
not
the
even
house.
showing the property. They just charging $50 an applicant to actually just fill out and apply for the property and never rent it out. They doing that for 9-10 months at a time.
Yeah, I hate that, man. They do that down here too.
They probably are. And then you got subsidiary companies where they can sell that information you put into anybody who wants to know information in that same market. Like, so like, well, most people, and they might hold it. It's the same thing when you buy stocks. When you was buying stocks with Robinhood, the issue that they had was Robinhood would take all the money in and then let their major Wall Street company know that this much money is about to go into Apple stock, so that subsidiary, the bigger company, can make a move, and then Robinhood would put the money in there so they'll boost their shares.
They just did that with Snap. With the stock Snap.
That's how the game goes. See, and that's what they're gonna tell you. Look, it's up to y'all to learn the game. It's been there.
Yeah, they just don't teach us the game. That's what I'm saying about.
But they ain't gonna teach us the game. That's the thing.
They don't educate. See, that's the thing. When people say they don't teach us, no, you only here to get an education. You got to learn. Everything else is handed down. Like I hear people like, "Well, I'm educated." Yeah, you're a nurse. You're educated in healthcare. They got
not life care.
Whole big ass world of. I seen you. You can go broke as a nurse. You know, so I mean,
but when I say they ain't like a lot of like shit, I'm 40, and a lot of information wasn't privy to me. You feel me? Like I don't when you unknown about some shit, you ain't gonna really dive into it until somebody introduces you to the shit.
Well, see, now with the modern day of technology, though, now you can look it up on your own.
Yeah, but we're not even being introduced to the shit. Yeah, you can look shit up, but shit, if I don't know what I'm looking for, shit, I can't look nothing up.
Well, you can always start from the beginning. No. See, this is the thing. One thing I will always, and I'm 50, and one thing I always say that the days of any excuses for black folks, that's over with modern technology. You can literally damn near put yourself and educate yourself. Literally go to school on one particular trajectory that you want to educate yourself on at home or on your phone.
No, I agree with you.
To the point that I literally learned how to buy and trade stocks for a living, like they do on Wall Street. And my numbers even just as good or even better than some of these motherfuckers up there.
And you know what? I've been playing with the stock market for the last 3-4 years, and that shit is still hard to really figure out if you ain't really in the right direction. To be honest,
it's right there. I mean, I can tell you what to do. You want to start with investing, learning how the basics of everything. Beginner. I put myself in school with it. Did everything. I learned what every candlestick mean. I knew you had to learn what the language means. Credit to price to earnings. Return on equity, keywords like that. Put yourself in school. What you got to pay somebody for? And
I agree.
Even with my poor education, I can learn. If I'm determined enough, I can go over it as many times as I want.
No, for sure, I agree with you. Like I've been learning it the last 3-4, but I'm getting introduced to this shit at 35. That motherfuckers getting introduced in their teenage years.
You're looking at it wrong because see the thing is
real, brother.
Yeah, hold on. I ain't saying it's not real. It's you're looking at it wrong. See, the part of the reason that was that little 1% that got in with that was the Wall Street motherfucker kids and stuff. But when you look at Peter Lynch's book, the difference is now. Before you couldn't get that information free. It was there, but to get a Barron's report, it cost you damn near $1,000 a month to get that information. Now the information is free. Now before you needed, if you wanted to buy stock in Apple and it was $100, well you take $1,000 to get 10 shares. Now you could get partial shares. That only started damn near around 2010 when you start seeing not even an E-Trade, baby, right? It's when you start seeing M1 app, and now you could do it with Cash App because now you don't need if you want to Google and it's $2,000 a share, you don't need $2,000 for one share now. You could buy partial shares, so that locked you out too. Now the average everyday person could do it. Right. That's why you Robinhood. Right. I use M1 app. Now I don't have to get a good job at UPS, and I work in the service industry, man, and I work with a lot of people, sometimes waiters and bus boys and stuff like that, or hotel workers. I'm in New Orleans who don't get 40 hours, so they don't get full benefits, or they don't get the 401k. Now you can go through E-Trade or one of these and do your own Roth IRA for yourself. Same one, Vanguard. You can look in the best ones and see what the best companies offer and do that shit yourself now.
Yeah, but don't nobody think about how many people don't know that shit though, man. That's what I'm saying though. What you saying, a lot of people aren't even privy to understand and know that shit. I just learned probably like a month or two ago, and I just started investing in real estate. You can invest $50 in a real estate and make some money off of it and not do shit. Like people don't. That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's why
knowledge is power. So if I know of something exists, then I can go research and learn about it. But if I'm not introduced or don't even know about this shit, there's no way that I could go seek knowledge for shit. Is what I'm saying.
All right, well, here you go. And it all started with the idea what you interested in. You know, I mean,
and our
like
interest as black people is surviving. Our interest be surviving. It ain't to be.
Right.
So that's initially how we come in the game.
Right. But you gotta hit them from all angles. First of all, thinking. See, once you learn their hustle, the game over. We understand what it is now. They know what's coming. They know once we master some of this shit here and get our shit going on the same thing that they consider made America great, then we got control of it. That just going to war and burn the shit down and go get it is chess.
No, I get it. But what we introduced too early is hustling and surviving. So our mind ain't even in that mindset of I don't gotta buy 2,000 worth of stock. I can buy a portion of a share and make some money and not worry about looking on my back.
Coming from the bottom, our minds are sharper. See, you can see this. I had to tell one of the racist white boys. I said, "Well, we ain't worrying about what y'all doing." I said, "Because see, you learn more. You can see clear looking from the bottom of a barrel looking up than you can see from looking from the middle or the top down. You know, you can't see shit. We can see everything on the way up. Yeah. So by the time we get there, we're fully educated on everything about life, disposition, and everything you doing. That stock game ain't no different than the dope game. It ain't.
You got to be introduced to that.
They got a supply and demand. This how I explained to some street niggas. All right. Obama, Trump then, they had the issue with the soybeans with China, who buys 5% of our soybeans. That's supply and demand deal, a demand deal. You know how that go when they got a drought, fella. Mm-hmm. The price go up. That's a good idea. That's where you want to put your money at. You can see what they're doing.
But you got to be introduced to it. That's my whole point. You got to know.
But Kev got a channel to do that. So I mean, it's out there. We just gotta kind of push it out there more, like because
no, for sure. But like I said, when we introduced to surviving, and I gotta help my mom pay these bills and shit like that, and we
already kind of behind the A-ball. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not even introduced to that world. It's oblivious. That shit don't even exist to me. So me going to seek knowledge for that shit if nobody told me.
Yeah, all right. Put it like this: when you watch Wolf of Wall Street, they're not doing nothing niggas can't do. You see what I'm saying?
I ain't saying that they can't do it.
I'm just saying that's how the idea come about. Okay, how they make that money? How you made that? How they do that? Whatever your interest is, how here go a good thing. How they make money? In the art market, where they could put their paintings on and shit like that, and on
NFTs and shit, NFTs and all that shit. But that's what I'm saying. If we ain't introduced to that shit, we don't have no clue of this world even fucking exists. They ain't teaching you that when you go to public schools.
Stop back. They're gonna teach you how to read and write and understand their history. That's it.
They're gonna teach you how to be a worker. That's what the fuck they teach.
They're gonna just teach you the basic of education. That's it. They ain't supposed to teach you nothing else. That's on your parents.
Yeah. But shit, if your parents don't know, shit, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's on it. That's on them. So we are a generation behind, and not only that, white folks don't know either. But that's the thing. If you go think outside the box and get to where we want to be.
No, for real. I agree.
Economics, 80% of America comfortable in the 80% zone.
I agree. That's why I said I'm at 30, 35, just learning. Okay, let me put my kids on my credit cards as riders so their credit is good. Let me teach them how to manage their money and introduce them to this shit. Because I done became knowledgeable of this shit. But a lot of my parents weren't knowledgeable to say, okay, they was putting bills in my name and shit.
They'll put you ahead of the game now because you know why? 80% of America is in debt.
No, for sure.
And complete debt. I mean, like back at 2008 under Bush debt.
Yeah.
And
somebody
they
got mad.
Don't know how to manage their budget because you remember after 2008 when everybody, the whole market was down and we was under recession and shit. See that second Christmas, people went to charging their credit cards and taking out loans again like it never happened before.
No, for sure. Somebody got mad at me a couple weeks ago because I told them I don't push kids to go to college, man. Fuck you gonna unless you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer, man. You better go find something else to do. To be honest, because you starting off life.
This is what I tell. It's different for I think the gender matters, but for boys or girls, whatever it is now, and I'm raising a 10-year-old. I'm a single parent of a 10-year-old, and I got some 20-year-olds.
Salute to you, brother, for that, man.
No, I'm just doing it. That's just what we do as parents.
No, salute to you. Some people that ain't doing it. A lot of them.
Well, that's on them. But I don't talk to them. I talk to people like us. You know, I can't respect a nigga that ain't trying to, that don't take care of their kid. That's just one-on-one for me. But the thing is, now the thing is, we could put them on point now. Because that information still coming. Let's just say it's true that we only $10,000 behind the average salary of a middle class salary. Man, we can make that up now that we know what we're doing.
That's true.
They can't stop a nigga from doing nothing. I always had that mentality. They gonna throw some hurdles in the way, but now they can't stop a nigga. Now I'm gonna make that money just like they making theirs. Right? We already know how to survive. They panicking, we don't.
No, we never do. We don't. That's one thing.
We plan it, they panic.
Right now, my daughter gonna make. I get hit the YouTube shit. Well, I got a 10-year-old daughter. She gonna be on point with this. I don't care if she don't need no high value 6-figure nigga. Even if she is, she gonna put the family on point. That's her value, bringing it to the table. Everything I learned will be handed down. Even though and that's what you do. They stopped that shit a long time ago. But these people ain't got nothing on us, physically or mentally. Struggle.
I agree for sure.
And see, one of the things I check when like conscious, I had to check. When I was talking to Gunner, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Gunner, and see, the thing is, I said, well, look, let me ask you this, Gunner. The white folks get gunned down just in the street, just like we do, like black men do. Right, I know in these little hick towns, these sheriff towns, because 60% of America probably don't even have blacks living in their area, right? But they got these high rate of white men getting killed, unjustifiably. Why don't white men join in with the black men on that shit? If y'all
think they still superior, they think they still superior, man. Even those type of they ain't about to join us,
right? So I said no, but see, they always claim that they're against the government. Well, that's the first form of government fucking over y'all and gunning y'all down too. But you won't stand against them,
man. To be honest, white people, rich white people, they might hate poor white people more than they hate black people. To be honest,
they do.
Like they feel embarrassed, like you motherfuckers.
They definitely do. I think that's the kind of the bad part is the poor white people don't really see that. Like, you know what I mean? And not all poor white people. It's some poor white people who do see that, but the ones
they hope
they be gunners.
Their hope was always to be like Trump.
Right.
It's
since funny part. I like poor white people like that.
The poor white people, they either very few 1% of them go fuck with the black people and think they black, or they think they superior to it and don't know the rich white motherfuckers don't like them. To be honest, that's how it go.
But I know a couple good poor white people, so I can't say
that's what I'm saying. They fuck with black people. Some of them.
It ain't even just poor white people. It's the middle class, and especially every generation, every 5 or 10 years. You get that white college kids who realize y'all done lied to their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Children starting to sing when my dad. See, that's the scary part, and see, you can't hide that shit now. It's like when the two cops, the two little black kid and the white kid got in a fight in the mall. The white kid starting the shit, and then the police broke them up, made the little white kid sit down, and both cops handcuffed the black kid. And the white kid, like, well, you should. He holding his arm out like he should be arrested too. He felt bad. And you got the white kid saying that. So that lesson is being taught to their kids. That's why they don't want to teach the truth. They ain't gonna never want to teach the truth about this country. And like they said at the end of that video, I posted one time. A white girl said, "Of course you don't want to teach America the truth, because we'll see our grandmoms throwing rocks at a fucking 6-year-old trying to go to school."
Yeah, I don't want to see. I'm tired of seeing that shit. I told somebody I don't want to see no more slave movies or none of that shit either. I don't want to see that shit no more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sick of that shit.
No, saying, see, I'm gonna keep it going with mine. I'm gonna order the book, everything. I'm gonna make sure that they don't forget whether I'm sick of it or not. Because see, if we start thinking like we because there's a generation gap where they're just thinking black folks surprised that this shit going on. They had 6.5 million registered KKK members in 1965 and 8. They still here. You think they retired, had a change of heart? I'm not talking to you, but if I had to tell people, no, they still here. Their family's still here. They remember their history. That's how they get down. We short on our history because we have a short history. They remember everything. They know exactly what Trump doing. They know
we got a long history. They just giving us the wrong history. To be honest,
our history cut off. My history cut off at slavery.
That's what I'm saying. We got a long history. So they give you the wrong history.
Right. So we don't even know where it go, but I know where it is.
Right. We know where it starts.
Right. Because we, like you say, we smart. We got common sense. Christopher Columbus discovered America. Ain't never sit right with no black kid, even when he was in middle school. I mean, elementary. Like, huh?
Once I heard he thought he was an Indian. That's why he called Indians Indians. I'm like, what?
Man, that man was high.
White people believe
How
that
could you be that wrong? What?
Yeah, but white people really believe that shit.
Yeah.
I know white people believe that shit. And they're just like, I can't believe this country started. It was a lie. And they're like, yeah, really? Okay. Now they understand. And now it's blatant. It's going to get more and more blatant. There was a lot of college kids, white kids out there with them protests.
Yeah, that's how it was in that. That's what I was telling Faith the Black, that it was what I saw was a lot of white people. Like they didn't seem like they were from that area. You know what I'm saying? Because you can almost tell when people from Akron, you know,
and this is my thing. This is what I wanted to say, Faith. This is my personal thing. See, I get it. I'm always put the slave part out there because, like you say, that is a part of our history, man. That we don't talk about. If I don't teach mine, then who gonna teach him? Because it ain't gonna never be in the school system, right? And my grandparents and stuff like that's part of the family tree. So I will teach it. I'm gonna teach it raw, the way it's supposed to be taught, right? Straight back from the roots thing and everything. But see, now in modern day society, they're trying to wash down the black shit with the minority and diversity shit. Right now, America thing, when you say minority, they think that's black people. That's not black people.
No, they don't think it's black people. That's the LGBT community now.
Right, that's them. That's Mexicans. That's Mexican females, Indian females, minority, diverse. That's Asian women.
Minority. Black people don't even fit under that minority umbrella.
Yeah, that covers all of them.
It covers all of them, but we don't fit under that umbrella anymore. That shit is
right. But see, we still the face of it.
No, we're not.
I be telling the women, y'all got to stop.
Yeah, I can't agree with you with that one. No, we not.
Who is?
The LGBT community.
Well, yeah, you're right on that. They surpassed all of us.
Yeah, like we're not at all.
Right. They
talking about those minority laws and shit.
They rolled off the back of our women vote to get that power.
That does not include.
But I don't believe in diversity and all that kind of shit there. Or no, here go the thing. I do not support women of color. I support black women.
So you don't support Camilla Harris?
No. Why should I?
I feel you.
She's a walking.
I'm just gonna put. I support black women first.
She's a walking Uncle Tom, man. She was put
that because then when they say women of color, that's what I mean by the Hispanic and all that kind of shit. All of them fit under that umbrella. And look, I'm at the studios and I'm looking at when they say women of color. Don't California folks, they with the directors, the female directors and stuff, that's Mexican, Puerto Rican, white. They consider that all one thing. So I'm gonna have to ask this sister, you support black women or women of color first?
Camilla was part of all that shit. I can't even. Camilla was part of all that 3 strike shit. You don't even have a black kid, you don't have a black spouse, I can't even really. I mean, I know I might be wrong for saying I don't know how your channel gonna do with that conscious, but Camilla is a.
We all here. We all here to have our opinion.
Well, the thing is, black women thought it was a victory for them. That's not a victory for y'all.
And I don't know if y'all familiar with the lady. What's her name? Simone.
A victory for black women was Michelle Obama.
Definitely.
Yes.
Well, she should have been president before Obama, to be honest.
I think she would have been the next best thing. Like, seriously, right after he got finished, he should have swapped. But she said she didn't want that shit. She didn't even want him to be president.
Right. She ain't got the temperament for that.
Yeah, man. But she would have been the perfect candidate for real.
Michelle, the heartbeat of the Obamas, to be honest.
Oh man, you know what? That's the reason why I voted for Barack was Michelle. I won't even lie, because just like you said, with kind of Kamala, she ain't got no white, no brother on her arm. And Michelle I was like, okay, so dude is black, because once you seen her, you like, yeah, she black.
Yeah, oh yeah, Michelle made that motherfucker good, man.
Yeah, I don't think he started off as black, but she forced him into that black realm, to be honest.
Yeah, it seemed like she was like, nigga, this is my roots. You gonna learn them, and then I think he kind of adapted.
For sure, when he was on that grassroots shit in Chicago, man, Michelle was telling him, you need to go to these black churches and be in Chicago in these places, for real, to be honest.
Oh yeah, he had a long road. He put his time in.
But you know what? I hear a lot of people who say when they was in the ground in Chicago that Barack wasn't nowhere around there. They don't even remember him. And then it was like, boom, he was senator.
Because it was so quick, though. That's why.
He grew up. He quick. My daughter, mom come from, and that was in Hyde Park, Chicago. And I did remember him back in the days with an interview with Puff Daddy. And Puff Daddy brought him, had him on his little show and stuff like that. And I do remember that vaguely back in the days. But yeah, she's going for senator. Fuck, he ain't gonna be around in the hood of Chicago. Senator is a statewide thing.
Well, you know, not in the hood, but I'm just saying, even on the like community. I mean,
he was around. Hey, he was around, but he was so fat.
But he was a professor forever, though. He was a professor. How many professors you see going around giving speech? He was, everybody will say that was low down. They're gonna say, "Oh, he's a community organizer." I did that for 3 years. Damn. What about teaching at Harvard and shit like that and constitutional law? Like, damn.
Unsubscribe. Who is Shannon B? I'm
sorry,
I'm reading it.
He just hit the pavement so fast. He didn't have a chance to really be in the community, to be honest, man. When he got on the radar, he just shot up quick as hell, man. So he wasn't gonna have a time to be in the community like people would have wanted him to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean, I ain't tripping. I'm still proud that he made it, man. Fuck that. I thought that he was gonna kind of start a revolution. Well, I won't say a revolution, but to get more black men into politics. I thought he was gonna make it cool.
Nah, hell no. You know why? You know why I say hell no? Because, like I said earlier when I was telling Kid, we so bombarded with other life survival. Man, a lot of black people don't even pay attention to politics, to be honest, man. Like, they're not tuned up. They don't understand it starts from your mayor and those around. Like you, like we ain't.
Oh yeah, they took students out of school for a reason. But not only that, we as a people, and a damn sure as a country and the culture, but we just don't pay attention to the basics anymore. Just the basics, damn near all the way to cooking and cleaning, damn near. That's all. That is a dating argument. Who go cook and clean? Going on for years now, but just the basics. And when we can definitely teach our kids first now what we didn't give our kids, now that we know how to manage a household budget. See, that's the budgeting skills that we need to pass on, the shit that they took out of school and stuff like that. So my daughter, I like to make sure that she know how to add up the groceries, how much the light bill costs, other than when we got out there, we had to figure shit out on our own. So she know how much how much come in, a certain amount come in, how much the light bill costs, such and such, and know how to pay them. Hell, I'm gonna even try to get her to write a check and mail them like the old days.
You better teach her the new. No, you better teach. They don't do that no more. You better teach her the. You better teach her the new
how to
way,
read a map and everything, man. We ain't use the Google. We go to Disney World, and we go get one of the maps from here to Florida, and we go follow it like the old days.
But that teach you how to think. To be honest, man, we took being able to think out of the way, man. Like for real, when it's so easy, you don't gotta think and learn shit. For real, think about how many phone numbers we know nowadays. Right. You don't gotta learn and think. That map,
right? We got modern kids, but we got to. I got to still bring them to the library and learn how to use that that index.
Yeah, it's funny you said that. You know what me and my cousin. You know what me and my cousin was talking about, man. We gonna do one day. We just gonna leave our kids and do a survival check on them. We taking everything, see how you make it for real. Because if shit go bad, they ain't gonna know how to survive without shit. For real. Like I almost don't answer
doing like the Cosby did Theo and shit.
Man, almost a survive. What you gonna do when some shit happens, man?
Now our kids know how because we go through these damn hurricanes all the time. No power. My daughter know how to survive. She know to get the
candle. I ain't gonna lie. My kids gonna be fucked.
Right. My daughter know that we got to cook all the food. We got charcoal if the gas electric stove not working. She seen me. She know how to light the charcoal, the grill in the back to cook all the meat out the refrigerator, almost to like a jerky. You know, whatever we have, because that's gonna have to last. And it goes, and it's going, stuff that we got bread, stuff like that. So she know this already.
But think about look how many people ain't doing that shit. They don't know. Hey, if the power go out on the grid, man, a lot of motherfuckers is out of here. They don't have no survival. So I'm glad to hear you saying that, man. Using a map, making your kids think and figure shit out. Because we got to don't have to think no more.
Right. We got to do it. And you know what? It will come a point that they gonna know more than the most advanced technology. Let them to get the tech too. Because when shit shut down or something happened, which is there will be a power grids and shit and hacking, so they gonna have to know how to survive. How important is that gas? You can't keep getting caught with that. So go ahead.
That's gonna be the next shit that's gonna happen though. To be honest, that's how they gonna really fuck everybody up. Because like I said, we don't gotta think. You could turn on your computer or your phone right now and let the motherfucker think for you. They're gonna cut all this shit off, and motherfuckers gonna have to think and survive. Because it's gonna happen. Watch what I say. Mark my word.
Yeah, I'm not sure where yet, but that's why I believe in my Second Amendment rights too, man. I done been through too many situations when the power was out for 6 fucking weeks during Hurricane Ida, man. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. That means no sewage, all the water, all the pumping station, the clean water, all that kind of stuff. Gas stations was closed. There was no gas. So that kind of thing there, and you in the pitch dark with your family at night, and that's not covering saying you got to get out the way. That covered the whole damn near whole city, like them rolling out blackouts in New York. That's crazy. On the Midwest, I think they got everybody's issue. So yeah, I think we all.
Queen said it, yeah, for sure. I'm sorry, I went off topic. She ain't lying. The Queen definitely own you off of that birth certificate.
You say who now? The Queen now?
For sure. You ain't never heard like your birth certificate and your social.
Man, I don't know.
You know it's linked to the Federal Reserve Bank.
Yeah, I heard some shit. Like I even heard this dude talking about he got some loans off that shit. But
it is. It is. All right. Listen.
I don't understand how the Queen can own us when we sever ties from the Queen.
Man, you never listen, man. Every time you sign that birth certificate and that social security card, that's like a document. That's like almost like it's a bond for real.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's a bond, but America ain't worth shit.
What we did, we gave our kids up for adoption. Okay. You said
they can come take them whenever they feel, huh?
Yeah, they can take them right after that lead they get. Right. That's why I believe in the Second Amendment.
They said you don't remember back a few years a dude was on trial about using his social and birth with the Federal Reserve and buying all that shit.
Yeah, I remember that. That's what I was talking about when he got. I want to say it was almost like $1 million or something like that.
It might be more than that. I think he was buying everything, and then he was showing people how to go put their social in and finding whatever Federal Reserve bank they link to in the country.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, but like I said, when I looked at it, I was like, yeah, okay. Because you got to think that would be like literally every American, because we ain't the only ones associated.
Yes,
it would be
yes.
Every American.
Yes, man.
Especially when we have more people in America than England, so how could they control us?
Man, you got to think, man, where did we start from?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We severed ties with them. Why you think we celebrate the 4th of July, Independence Day from England? But that's what I'm saying. So why would we be then held hostage by them with our money, and then with our people more? Because it ain't just, that's what I'm saying. It ain't like just black people got social. Everybody, every person who's born in America has a birth certificate.
Same reason we went over there fucking with Russia behind what's the name?
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna do some research on that, Miss Popcorn.
Because you be tied to people even after you separate from other shit.
I just can't see America doing that, especially when we fought them to sever independence because we wanted to keep slavery alive. That's
what language they speak in South Africa and shit. French.
Well, yeah, I mean England was a bad motherfucker. You're right. I could see. I could see it being done. Maybe.
What do a lot of South African motherfuckers speak? They ain't speaking Swahili or no shit.
Some of them speak French. There's a lot of speak French.
Exactly. So you don't think that it's still, even though they done separated from them and they done got their independence, you don't think they still tied?
No, that's just me though. But you know, I'm crazy like that.
Listen, I can't disagree with you how you feel. I can't disagree with your opinion.
Yeah. All right, Miss Popcorn. I just subscribed, baby. I didn't know you.
Yeah. Everybody, if you got a channel, man, drop your channel in the chat and everybody go and sub to everybody's channel, man. We like people to grow over here. This ain't the other networks where we only want to be the only one with the truth. We want everybody to express their opinion. So please drop your chat in the link. Cam, drop yours in the chat too, man.
Hey, I don't got no link. I appreciate y'all dialogue, man. I came over here talking about my city and we done went somewhere else.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is.
Again, yeah.
Man, I'm in Akron where the dude got killed at, man.
Oh, yeah, you're right there.
Yeah. That's where I'm from, Kev.
Yeah, but that's right. You sure are. And look what we got a problem with down here right now, dude. And I know it's gonna come out bad. We got them youngsters with the carjacking thing now. Gas station drawing down on. I mean, one get out with an AK and the other one get in the car shit.
It's like that. It's like that in Atlanta, ain't it? Conscious.
It's everything. It's everything in Atlanta, bro. It's like everything. Like a week ago, a lady got shot and killed because she put too much mayo on a sandwich.
Yeah, hey, when I was down there, when I came down there last summer, when I came down there, they was talking about, man, you better lock your doors up going to the gas station, even if you for a second.
They would.
Yeah, you won't get down like that, bro, because that's not just no hood thing. Them niggas hitting the suburbs with that.
Yeah, they was doing it. They was doing that, but they done shut that down. Like, wait, the mayor and the DA, she ain't been playing. Like, you know, she issued that RICO against Young Thug and them. The DA, not the one federal, it was like local. So they ain't playing no.
They said carjacking has been a thing since the New Jersey Drive.
Yeah, but see, we old enough to see it again. But this is the thing: New Jersey Drive. That was mostly a little fad with them joyriding. And then we can go back to the days where they used to steal the cars and, you know, make a little extra hustle, like in Detroit, chop shops and shit.
Right.
But now you got it with these niggas here just robbing, taking cars. Not only the joyride, but they're dashing them on the side to do hits and shit because they beefing.
Yeah.
2 or 3 cars and just have them sitting in an apartment complex or somewhere. So when they're ready to get down bad, they jump in one of the stolen cars. It's another thing, but we on the second wave of that. You know, we've seen it before.
I don't understand why these kids running wild when they got so much opportunity in front of them, man. Like we never had, man. Like you ain't even got to do dirt to get this money. You could be on the internet and become a conglomerate by yourself, your own little business right in your living room, man. If y'all listening, do that shit. Stop trying to get that fast money.
That's what I'm about to say. They want it fast. They're not introduced to that. They don't have that.
But even with the internet, it's still fast, though. You can blow up in like a year if you really stay, you know what I'm saying, down and you get a following. Like
you still got to do work, though. They don't understand that some folks that make it.
Let's go with to what you say, Fade to Black. Somebody got to show them. If they like, I go to the part of what you're saying, like, you know, like I always tell them, like the youngsters I work with, I got to tell them, dude, look, between 17 and 21, nobody know what the fuck they're gonna do. And I had to let them know that because they stuck like, okay, because they know dad and their mama ain't get there, their dad ain't, whatever it is. I said, nobody, you got to be real. Nobody really know what they could do after you graduate. If you ain't ready to go to a big college, go to a little junior college, man. That's like a little summer camp. You know, little camp, you get to be around all the women. Ain't none of them trying to get pregnant, you know, stuff like that, responsible. That's the reason why I have children when I was young, because my old lady wasn't trying to get pregnant. Because she was
get you a trade. That shit never goes away. That's the thing. Get you a trade.
It's not always that. Now, see, that's good for a good athlete who want to do it for 2 years, or go to a trade. And
get
now
you a trade.
Right.
You can change your profession and go back to that trade at any time. Like shit.
Well, you ain't have to even go to college. What I'm saying to go for that little 2 years is just to get a little mature time in it. You know, but if you
grow a little bit, become social. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just to live on you, that's the first experience. Because I think
that transition from kid to being an adult.
They ain't worried about that. They worried about this bag.
A lot of junior colleges got trade schools in them. I agree with the trade. Right. The girls can go to college.
I tried to encourage my son, he's 19. Man, they trying to chase after this bag, man. They don't care about. Man, this generation different. No matter how many morals and values I gave and teach them the game, they get caught up with what's going on around them, and they want that fast, get to that bag. And I ain't saying he out here, you know, hustling, doing all that stuff, but you know, he talking about he want to jump into real estate. He think it's supposed to be easy right now. Like, no, they don't want to put that work in. Even with these YouTubers, they filming for 80 hours a week. You know what I'm saying? For real, to that one shit hit and put you on. They don't want to put that work in. Like,
you're right.
It's work in whatever you got to do, man. Somebody told me if something come too easy, you better prepare on the back end. Something bad gonna happen.
Easy come, easy go. Hey, how you doing, Miss Popcornologist? Welcome to the show.
Oh, I'm good. Can you guys hear me? Peace and
we got you. She in and out. Come on back. Well, you can come on back. We'll still be here. We're gonna be here a couple more minutes.
Y'all done draped me off on it. I wasn't supposed to be here this long.
Yeah, that's how it usually happens, man. That's how it usually happens. Kev, you throwing something on the grill today?
I'm not big on celebrating the 4th of July, but I might. I must go cook anyway.
You gonna throw some crawfish on the grill? No, let me stop.
That'll be No,
sorry about that. I was having.
We're doing a lot of crawfish balling, though. You're right.
Okay. You good? Go ahead, Miss Popcorn.
It's Essence Fest weekend down here.
Oh, snaps!
Yeah, it's packed, man. They got some brothers and black folks. It's a beautiful thing, bro. When you see a whole city full of black folks, all the way from Baltimore and San Diego and all that. The women, the men, old school, young adults, the whole city packed. That's an event that you definitely want to come to next year. Conscious, you have Anita Baker here, Patty LaBelle, New Edition. It go on for 3 days. You got all kinds of spoken, speeches, stuff like that.
All right, I'm coming to stay with you next year, man.
Man, you good?
Everybody, all right, everybody heard it on the show,
right?
Miss Popcornologist, you made that up yet?
I'm back, and hello to the panel. What's up, KonsciousmoRON? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, and salutes to the chat. And I don't want to really go back in the conversation because you guys have moved on, but I was
No,
just wanted to speak about
Go ahead, say your
just wanted to
piece.
speak about the kids. Yeah, just wanted to speak about the kids, and we're talking about college and education. And I want to go a little deeper than that to say, once we entered endemic phase and they shut schools down and kids began to be homeschooled or have to learn from home, the interest lost there. I've seen a lot of these parents, they don't really stay on top of the kids with their curriculum. And even the kids around me, they have no interest in school anymore. So that's the problem. So then we got to get back to now we're talking about politics. And so that's why I say I don't have a lot of faith in politicians, because if they had that much power,
That me? Oh, I'm sorry.
You might have spammed the channel.
No, what the hell is that?
I might have spammed the chat. The lady trying to give us some knowledge and kind of spam.
maybe they didn't like what I was saying.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself. Everybody back. Go ahead, Miss Popcornologist.
Okay, I was muted.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness. I don't even know where to start. That's okay. That's okay.
You were
No,
talking
and I
about
was gonna
kids' lack
say,
of interest.
the lack of interest in school. And so we got to start back there now. I know we're in their ear about college and things like that, but we got to get them at the elementary level now, because even the kids in elementary school have no interest. And so that's why I speak on politicians. How hard are they working to change that? Because one more demic, and then we're back in the same rut again. And so something has to be done. And I'm not relinquishing parents, but parents have to work as well. And so I just see that as a problem, and I just want to speak to that in case people weren't even thinking about that. And I don't know how it is in other states, but I'm here in Illinois, and I see it as a huge problem.
No,
These
relinquish them
kids,
parents.
and you talk about carjackings. Yeah, and you talk about carjackings. That's when I saw the most of it happen, where kids were taken out of school. So then we had 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds stealing cars with guns on the expressway, jacking people at gas stations, shooting at you on the expressway. And so it is a huge problem with the youth here.
Wow.
Let me ask you this: you hear about you in Chicago, correct?
Correct.
Do they have a lot of programs for the youth in the city, or it ain't no stuff going on?
Nope, they started taking that away a long time ago.
Yeah,
Like in my time growing up, we had playgrounds and field houses and after school programs. And my answer to that is no. They started with that transition of taking away things like that were beneficial to the youth a long time ago, including counselors in the school.
That's the safe haven, and I definitely commend you on bringing that point about, because I do think we do need to have to educate our kids. And my kids was mad at me. I said, y'all got to read for a half an hour a day at least, because I think that's the best way you learn, reading and comprehending and understanding, to be honest. So even as simple as reading, to be honest. So I demanded even over the summer when you out of school, man, you got to read something and kind of talk to me about what you read. So it is, man, that education piece and them having something to do, man. That's where you see a lot of that violence and a lot of that nothing because they have nothing to do for these kids. Like summer camps ain't even that strong like they used to be.
Right. What up, BMT?
Reading
I'm sorry.
and social skills. Don't forget that social skills is something that is almost like a lost art and a thing of the past because of this right here, these things in our hands, telephones. And so kids don't even know how to interact. And I speak about that because my son is 23. When you get him around people his age or his cousins, everybody's sitting with a phone. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking about sports. None of that.
Yeah, I went to a barbecue one time and everybody was on their phone. I'm like, yo, this is a barbecue. Why ain't y'all talking to each other? But BMT
it's
was
weird.
good
It's
with
weird to us. It's weird to us.
Yeah. Is he on? BMT? You here? Okay. We can't hear you, bro. I see you moving. I think you might still be on mute. Let's see if that helps. We can't hear you. We see your dot moving, so you talking, but we just can't hear you for some odd reason. BMT. Kev, you back? Oh, he fell off. Okay, maybe he'll be back. Yeah, but see, we was only supposed to go like maybe a half hour. It done ended up being like 2 hours, man. Almost 3. Sheesh.
You know how that goes, Conscious. Once we get on here and we start talking, all kind of topics are gonna come up. I say it all the time. I'm gonna be on for 30 minutes, and it turns into 4 hours. I have to tell people, look, I got a life. I gotta go.
Yeah, I know. I gotta actually get ready to make a move here in a couple seconds, but I was just gonna do a quick one. I might do something a little bit later though, man. But hold on, we're gonna let BMT.
I don't even got nothing to do. They done shut my city down today.
Oh man, I should let you run it then.
Real, I
should let you run it while I handle this business real quick. But I think I might.
I don't think they motivated to even throw nothing on to eat today. Ain't nobody called or said nothing.
That's all. But said ain't nobody called you for the see what's going on yet, huh?
No.
Yeah, that's weak as hell. I think BMT still
I
trying.
was gonna ask them what was the what is it that you want the politician to do, or what can they do? Do you want them to teach? What do you want them coming in with a book, a calculator, a TI-84? What is it that you want the politician to do?
Who you asking that specifically? Just
that's in general. But they're asking about the politician. It's up to the politician. But what is it that you want them to do?
You don't think they're gonna have to start enacting some programs to help, social programs to help out with society more than anything? Like they used to, like, where I'm from, they used to have this program where you go. They had it was called the Midnight League, where they would have teams in the basketball courts. I mean, in the home gyms during like from 12 to maybe 6 a.m. because they knew it was a high crime time. So if the kids were in these facilities, they couldn't be committing crimes, like things of that nature. I think that's what they're trying to say. Like more of those programs need to be implemented.
Yeah, but what happened? There were shootings, and people were bringing dope and drugs to those programs. Like, I've done my research. I've done my research about these things, so I'm trying to figure out. Like,
well, I'm saying not the one in my area. I can't speak for everyone. It did drop the crime rate in the area I was from, but they eliminated those programs.
Okay,
but I mean, you gotta start with something. No, it ain't gonna be like an automatic fix just because it's gonna have to be a slow progress.
Okay, so what is
local politician?
What is the GPA at for the kids right now? What's their grade? What's their GPAs at?
Let me stop because I ain't got no kids. Let me let y'all have this.
Talking about the average? You talking about the average GPA for kids in the?
No, well, you got to speak of the GPA in your area. I don't think you can speak about for all kids. I think you have to speak about.
Yeah, I don't know what the average GPA. I know a lot of these schools are failing school districts. I can tell you that.
Can you tell me what the GPA for your kids in your school?
I don't know what the GPA are for the kids in my school.
You're about to finish one.
I know the GPA is for. See, that's the thing about it. You would have to ask, and that's how you start cutting at it. ask the people in there, what's your GPA for your decision? Y'all ain't getting monetized. This I already know this video ain't gonna get monetized. But so when you ask people, well, if you're gonna ask about the schools, how inserted are you into the school? Because it's either you're an onlooker or you're actually a contributor. And when I ask them, are you a contributor? Like, if I ask you, well, what's the GPA? What items do you need? I hear a lot about programs ain't worth a damn if you ain't producing nothing. We got kids playing basketball. Well, damn, y'all got enough niggas playing basketball and throwing football, but y'all niggas can't read. So what good is it? They play basketball, but guess what? You're not actually, to be for real, if you actually knew about the schools, the coach will actually kick you off the team if you're falling behind in grades.
So are you asking what the GPA is to see what need?
It's not about. Well, see, it's not so focused on the GPA. I don't want you to think.
Nah, that's what I'm just asking. I'm trying to get some clarity on where you're going.
If you're gonna ask about the school, right? You need to ask. So, if I was sitting on the board, first thing we're gonna ask about. So, where's the kid's education level at first? And I guess we're talking about the kids in Chicago. I'm in South Carolina, so I would ask the kids in your county, what is their GPA and what kind of educational programs are they in?
Are you in education? Because education around, I'm from Ohio, and they don't operate like that. They base it on the overall testing, the test mandated, so it doesn't go off of overall GPA. It's where your kids are with that testing.
We have PAC. Okay, so in South Carolina we have PAC, right? And I don't have to be in education. I'm just an involved parent that actually used to be. Well, actually, I used to be a long time ago. That was another son. Until I came to social media, you can't do social media and be in education because that'll mess you up with your leaning thought process. So when it comes to that, like kids down here have the PAC, okay, Palmetto Achievement test. Okay, we understand that the kids were falling behind in reading. So guess what? We have reading logs. So that way the kids have to read. That's a part of their curriculum. They have to read in English composition. So I would ask, since we're talking about Chicago, what is their reading? What's their reading adjustment levels? What are they doing? See, I'm asking straight questions. If we went before in the school board, we had a meeting with the parents. So what's your reading levels right now? What are y'all doing right now? What's y'all math? These are actual questions that we would ask at a meeting.
Yeah, I live in Ohio. I work in the schools. I only can speak for Ohio. I can't speak for Chicago. I work in the school system. I subcontract. I'm a counselor, so I can't speak for Chicago, but I know in Ohio and in Akron, we do what we call MAP test, and the state determines where your school level is, and each school gets a grade. And the majority of Akron schools system and in Ohio are failing school districts. And it is kids have reading, and we do the 100-book challenge, and you do all that stuff, but a lot of it's for the parents. So a lot of us, we working on educating the parents and connecting them into the school so they can become involved, because you only can do so much as an educator and as a counselor, or so much. Those kids got to go home every day.
So is that a failure of the parent is that a failure of the home, or is that a failure of the child in the school?
Maybe I'm confused with that question you asking me.
Is that a failure of the parent and the child, or is that a failure of the school?
You only can do so much at a school. You got to do some work. You got to do some work at home as a parent. So I'm gonna answer the parent.
Okay. So what about
you only can do so much as an educator?
So I want to ask. So the woman that came up, I'll ask it towards you. Is that a failure of the home, or is that a failure of the school?
It is. It's a failure on all ends. And as I stated, I said I wasn't going to relinquish the parents of their responsibility because they're just as responsible. So I held everybody accountable. I never took them out of position that they weren't accountable for what's happening with the kids. And my son hasn't been in school in a very long time. I don't have grandchildren or anything like that. So I don't have any kids that are in school right now, but I've attended school myself. And so regardless to what the reading level is, I'm telling you that once they took the kids out of school, and I'm just saying from what I see, my observation, even a girlfriend who has kids in high school, whenever they roll out of bed and they feel like they don't want to go, and that was speaking to they've lost interest. I said they just don't go and they still pass them. So is that the parents?
Now, well, so okay, so I'm glad you asked about that one. And see, so whenever it comes to that of kids in school, the school is required by law to send a progress. They send a progress and they call it like, hey, your child didn't show up to school, we're calling the home. And the parent, now I know in the southern states, the kid not showing up to school, they usually send child services to the home. So I'm curious about these kids who are just not going to school. Now, are y'all on a lockdown or something in Chicago or something? Are y'all on this lockdown?
They gave them a choice in Chicago that they could either go sit in class if they wanted to put their name down, or they can stay home and just do it over the internet.
Okay.
But yeah, that was like a choice. And what do you think most kids are going to choose?
Okay, so they chose to go home. Now, mind you, you can barely get an adult to actually sit in front of a screen to do work okay, so you're asking a child to have the and I mean, like, I'm not taking, like I said, like, if they're giving these kids laptops, these little micro little laptops, I mean, I don't know what else, like, I don't know what else you're gonna have them do. Mind you, now let's go back to the kid having a gun. Now that's interesting. I mean, I have a gun sitting right under my ass right now, under my couch. Just have a gun. I just know where all the guns are at. I wonder, is anybody going looking around their house, cleaning their house? Like, I mean, unless there's a kid hiding a shoe box and putting it in their trash can. But how does a 10-year-old slip away out of a house? How does a 10-year-old slip away out of a house? Like, that's child neglect and abuse.
You don't think kids?
Now, where you from? Where did you say you're from? Because this is Chicago. These kids know the laws better than the adults, and so you can put a gun. You can put a gun in the bushes. You can put it in the garbage can in the alley. And and those are just a few places, but there's ways around not bringing it into your house where your parents actually know what you're doing. And for clarity's sake, let me say, I'm speaking now because now it's a choice for school, but there was a time there wasn't a choice. I'd say right after 2019 where the kids weren't able to go into a classroom setting. So it's been a little bit both. Okay.
So when I asked about the 10-year-old just dissipating, but you're asking about where do I live? Listen, there's no way ever that listen, people will be blowing up the phones for SLED or state troopers or just any county. Yo, there's dispatch. There literally is a 10-year-old driving a Honda on the interstate.
But yeah, that
people
might be
would be called. Ain't nobody gonna be watching no 10-year-old drive.
No, I'm thinking it might be different, like in different states, though. Like in Chicago.
I would get out my car.
Okay.
No, I'm saying in Chicago, you got to think it's more condensed, as in a rural area in the South, where it would be not the norm to see.
Y'all think we riding on buggies? What do y'all think we riding on buggies?
No. I'm just saying, but it's not as many. But it's not as many people as in Chicago as it is in New Orleans. I mean, in North Carolina, though, right? Wouldn't you say that? It probably ain't as much people in the state than in Chicago itself. So it's like a area. That's kind of.
Do you know how often people die on the interstate? I could tell you the number.
Yeah, I mean a lot, but that's not. I can tell you the traffic jam. But to see that's what I'm saying. A kid wouldn't be on the interstate in Chicago. He would be in the city. You see what I'm saying?
Like she just said that.
They get on the interstate as well.
What do you, that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that from personal experience, I had to get out of the way because they were gonna run me over. They were in a high speed chase, 2 cars, and I could identify because I know exactly what was happening. But then again, here I can tell you the law is not respected here, and they just even passed a law here. The mayor just passed it last week, where you can't even chase anybody on foot anymore. And I saw the guy trip the police officer. She was running behind her. I think that's what prompted. She was running behind her partner after somebody, and the guy walked up and he just tripped her and she fell. And then the mayor just said, well, we're going to take that out of the law, gonna implement that as a law where the police can't chase anybody anymore. And so look at all the laws that are being passed.
So do y'all want the police to do y'all support the police in y'all area, or y'all don't? Do you support the police or no?
I do. I have friends that are Chicago police officers. I do support the Chicago police.
I'm just asking. That's a fair question. I mean,
I answered
I have
it.
no problem. I know. I'm just saying. I'm asking other people on the panel. Do y'all support the police or no? Like, what's going on? I mean, that's not a problem.
We support you policing the correct way. I think we all have friends and family who are police officers. We support the police officers who are policing the right way. Absolutely.
Okay.
But I mean, it's such a loaded question.
That's not really a loaded question. It's just called.
It absolutely is. I got black sons I moved out in the suburbs, and my kids get questioned for walking to their basketball court that's 2 minutes away from their house.
By who?
By the police. What are you doing in this area? So yeah, it's a loaded question, brother. I got a 19, a 15-year-old, and a 10-year-old son. So
a police officer. Well, let me make sure I'm getting straight. Well, a lot of people don't know what I do now. You're telling me the cop sees a boy walking in basketball shorts and a white beater and sneakers with a basketball in the area where there's a basketball court and says, "What are you doing here?"
You don't think that's
holistically they
don't think that's unrealistic?
Like getting out to even go help a person get in a car that's locked out of their car. And they don't even like doing that. Then why would they go stab somebody?
Brother, I don't know what world you live in.
I don't know.
BMT though, do you remember Tamir Rice? He was literally playing cops and robbers at a park and was killed instantly. No questions were asked. As soon as the cop got out, he shot him. He didn't ask what he was doing, no shit like that. He just literally saw him as a threat.
I know, we know about the Tamir Rice.
But that's what I'm saying. So like
grabbing that one Tamir Rice one, I knew you would. Come on, Conscious.
Huh?
I get the Tamir Rice one. That was a fucked up situation.
Yeah, but I'm saying that happens more than
where else did you? But I'm saying and then mind you, the guy did not ask. The guy did not ask Tamir Rice. So I'm asking the guy, just asking y'all questions now. Like they just, hey, what are you doing? Like shit. They need to start asking me whenever I go in the Waffle House, and I'm going in there with my gun. So they don't ever ask me nothing. Shit, if anything, they're like, damn, what kind of gun is that? Oh, this is a modded Glock.
You in the area where get out of the absolutely.
You gotta think about that. You in the area where guns are accepted, though.
I'm just saying, well, are guns accepted in Ohio?
They're starting to be more accepted, but you're gonna get, especially being black, you're gonna get questioned what you doing with a gun.
Nobody questioned. I haven't been questioned yet.
In Ohio?
I'm not in Ohio. I'm in
the country. But I'm saying it's different strokes with different folks.
The gun law is different in the South than it is up north anyway.
Yeah, they're a little bit
in New York City. It's different.
I might want to divest then.
It's way different.
That's what we try to get everybody down here.
No, I don't know.
To bring you back.
I don't need them. I don't need them dudes from up. No. I don't need. See, when Northerners come down, they do all kind of dumb shit, and then after that, they end up getting kicked out or locked up. So we don't need. We got enough of them coming down here, and they can't even.
See, that's the problem. We don't believe in each other no more.
Anyway, so they be driving and doing all kind of crazy shit, belligerent, rude. No offense, but it is what it is. So we got enough of y'all
down here in the South. It's some who it's just like get different strokes for different folks. Some gonna be good, some gonna be bad. We just gotta weed out the bad ones. That's
back to my point. My sons get asked about being somewhere that they got the right to be at, because I live 2 minutes away.
Damn,
my nephew get pulled over and they ask, you look like grown men. No, you play for you got to show your high school ID to
go play basketball
for them to leave.
But you got to think, in some areas in Akron where he's specifically talking about, it's still, I won't say segregated, but it is segregated in the sense like we really ain't supposed to be in certain areas.
So they're more segregated in the north than they are in the south.
Yeah, and it's more subliminal too. It ain't like
I might start sending BLM up north. Then, well, we don't got them down here. So y'all want to send them up there. Send them up there to go fight the good fight.
Because in the north, and
what they gonna
do?
do?
Y'all segregate in the south. I see that y'all have whole nice middle class areas, not up north. You got to move to the suburbs where you're gonna be. You know,
y'all keep that BLM
shit
up there. We don't need that.
We don't got that shit. We don't got that shit. We don't got the problem down here. We don't got the problem down here. Y'all keep
because it's open, because it's passive racism up here. It's open down there. And that's what we just
no. Let me tell you. This is.
Well, no,
we don't be hearing all this. We got to start debunking some of this crazy shit that we be hearing. Listen, nobody's running around with Alabama. Nobody's riding around with Klansman outfits, or hey, what up, boy? Like no. Listen, ain't no white man riding around. Hold on now. I can tell you plenty of times when I lived in Massachusetts or in Connecticut. You knew damn well, oh shit, I'm in the Puerto Rican area. Better step lightly what the fuck I'm going to say or do around their women. Listen, down here, the black it's called Southern courtesy. How you do? Either you say yes, no, and you keep it pushing. That's all there is to it. Now we don't got nobody, and Kevin's right here. Ain't no white boy running up to no black man, or no black man running up to no white man and talking shit. Nobody's doing that. We actually just living. When there's a hurricane, everybody's doing what the hell they need to do. Hell, 4th of July, I can promise you can walk up to any barbecue and say, "Hey, are y'all cooking? Can I get something?" I bet you they'll break you off. I bet you they'll break you off some food. We don't got them problems. I don't know why y'all keep
wait, hold on. I'm in Georgia, and like what was it? It was the Memorial Day. The Klan had a rally here at Stone Mountain, the second birthplace of the rising of the KKK. So it's just different. Right. Even in the South, it's different areas. Some white people are gonna be cool, but you can't tell me it ain't some white people will be like boy and nigga and still have those feelings. Okay. And they overt with it. Like you might not see it, but that don't mean it ain't there.
But that's their right. You do know that's their right to do that, right?
I didn't say it wasn't there, but it's all right to know too, right?
Yeah, we should be aware. Listen, I'd rather you be open with your shit.
Yeah, that's what we all say.
Okay,
we're not bad. We said we respect them more because.
So I got a question. So what's the difference? And this is the stupidest shit I hear. That a black boy has to walk the street and watch what colors he's wearing, or get his ass capped. I'd rather deal with the Klansman motherfucker than that. I gotta worry about my pair of jeans I'm wearing that gonna get me smoked. That's more stupid.
Right,
that's dumb. That's dumb.
Well, I do agree with that one.
You rather know who you dealing with than not know.
We already know where they're coming from. We already know where they're coming from.
Not up here.
The thing down here is, I don't care if you don't like me, as long as you don't fuck with mine, you go.
Yeah, I don't fuck with you.
Right now, they got some white folks we cool with, and they don't like that shit either. But we know what it is, right? And so
that's exactly what we're saying. What we're saying is, what we saying is, you gonna get called a nigga. You gonna see them with their Confederate flags more down south than you.
They don't run around calling niggas like that.
Nobody don't do that.
They got the right. They had a Confederate flag thing. Well, they're not walking around here calling nigga like that. Especially down
here. We gotta debunk that. No white man walking around calling. You might get them damn drunk Mexicans call you a nigga. You might, you'll catch them. You can box them in the face, but that's it.
Now, this is what we don't get. How y'all let Puerto Ricans up north call y'all?
Okay, let's not go talk on that one.
Wait, hold on. We don't got Puerto Ricans in Ohio
We
like
don't got
that. So
Puerto
they
Ricans in
don't.
Ohio like that. That's
I mean, when I
that's
left,
New
we
York.
didn't have
That's
Puerto
East
Ricans
Coast.
like
Puerto
that.
Ricans be talking hella shit to y'all blacks, and y'all be
That's more East Coast and maybe Chicago a little bit.
that's
But that ain't
Yeah,
Ohio.
I don't
Like
get
that.
that.
Hey, now, okay, let me tell you the most fucked up thing. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Black people see everybody in this. Most black people in the South see all Hispanic people as Mexican. We're like, oh, that's a Mexican. I don't know why, but they all just Mexicans to us. So
well, they all speak Spanish, and that's Mexican to us.
Everybody Latino is just Mexican to us.
No, not here in Chicago.
No, down in the South, we call them just Mexicans. We just call them Mexicans.
Not here in Chicago.
They be calling. They don't do
It's
that
just
shit.
different worlds from the South and
Hey,
North.
my daughter's mother's from Hyde
North
Park,
is
Chicago.
different.
I was telling them that earlier.
Like I said, like they'll come up.
They're
They'll work,
segregated here, so they
if-
have an area.
Y'all got segregation.
Yeah, man.
They have an area that's called Puerto Rican Town.
The North kind of had
a
it
lot of
worse than the
pockets
South.
of black houses and neighborhoods. We
Little
got
Puerto
real
Rico.
black-
Little God damn! How do you Puerto Rico right in front of y'all? That's crazy. That's here's the thing about it. Now this is why I said I find it interesting when people talk about the South. They think there's Klansmen and Confederate flag riding around and fat dude named Bubba with shotguns staring at black folks, and we just you listen. You would actually find it a little bit more interesting that they literally. You got mixed neighborhoods, and the thing about it, you got to move to a nice area. It depends on pay somebody to cut your damn grass. You got a better chance of finding a black dude, a Hispanic dude, or a white company to cut your grass, and they'll just say yes sir, no sir, and that's it. I'm just saying. How much? What would it cost? $20-$30 to get your yard cut and then get a weed whack? That's $40. So I don't know. Maybe y'all need to start paying and employing people. And start cleaning up your street. It costs money. It might cost you some money, but if y'all raise a standard of what y'all accept and what y'all won't accept, versus waiting on that almighty politician, that motherfucker ain't gonna do shit. Like that's one thing. That's one thing y'all gonna have to just accept. The politician ain't gonna do nothing. The cops are not paid to protect you. The cops are just paid to write down reports. And if they get into a confrontation, they'll deal with it. Nobody owed anything but what they do right by you. I'm just being honest. Like, if you want your schools to flourish, y'all motherfuckers, whether you got kids in there or not, you're gonna have to get your ass in there. We got a lot of dudes that go to the schools that do things like let's grab these kids up and go do some shit. Or y'all women start doing some backpack funds and all that shit. It's 2022.
Your school where you at?
Yeah, they are. They actually are. And guess what?
Your school's flourishing where you at?
Yeah, they are. I just said that. Because guess what? Who's
doing those things?
Black people, white people. We got I'm starting to see more Latinos. They're in more of the public school. But I don't know. The Asians go to private schools and shit. I ain't never seen I seen 2 Asians go to
I'm talking about your area, school district where you live at.
Yeah.
You got kids. Private school or public school?
Mine's is in the public school. Oh yeah, BMT is very open. You got anybody on BMT open about my lifestyle. I'm very open about my lifestyle.
I'm just asking.
I can tell you this though.
You making it real. You making a real simple.
My children are real. My daughter in a real good school too. This is the thing. When they change some of these schools, you got to try to put effort into getting them in there. Because down here in Louisiana, when you get these government programs like the TOPS program, middle class white folks go to applying for the shit, and black folks don't.
Facts on facts.
That's the problem. I literally, I got a black Xavier University principal at my daughter's school, which is ran by one of the top hospitals and the owner of the New Orleans Saints. Now and it's a diverse school. She's like, Mr. Kev, If you see anybody around that want to get, we taking an application. You're trying to give me the heads up. Let me know. Let the kids, other kids, black kids come in because these white kids flooding the school.
Yep, they will jump in them programs, won't they, Kev?
I
They'll
go
get in the
out and hand
programs.
out flyers to all the kids in the neighborhood, and only one took to it. His kid on the waiting list for next year. That's good because they don't have to pay $1 to get that top education. But we got to seek that out. Like I was telling your boy earlier, we got to find it now.
So the programs are out there. Now,
So my guy BMT, you say your kids go to public schools then? Because you making it real simple and it ain't that simple. I'm gonna be honest, my kids go to private schools, but I work with the public school system.
Wait, why
it's not that simple. I work in the school system.
Okay, so
I'm a because they're not getting educated like that.
Okay, so why you say it's not that simple? Why you say
it's not that simple? Because you ain't you're not getting it. Because the teacher's there for a
Wait, okay, so I got a question.
And
so okay,
there is no fun. It's not that simple as you make it.
Okay, so you're saying the teachers there are not there for a paycheck. Have you brought that towards?
No, they are there for a paycheck.
Okay, I'm asking you. So have you brought that to the school board about these teachers?
Yeah, I'm answering your question. The teachers union is like the police union. You can't get fired really. You gotta have to do something drastic. To be honest.
Okay, so we can challenge that right now. So we can actually challenge that right now. So
yeah, okay. You can't challenge it. I work in the school system for the last year. What you gonna challenge?
Oh well, okay. So
I'm there forcing the teachers to educate these kids.
You gonna let me finish? Okay, wait, but hold on. Whoa, you just said your kids don't even go to those schools. So you can't believe that much in the system if your kids don't even go there. Hello. Wait a second.
What?
Your kids don't even go to that school. That's like a preacher that's like a preacher saying, I believe in the community, but he don't even live in that community. He lives outside of the community in a nice, well-to-do community, but he making money, pulling money out of that community.
I work in that community and I run a nonprofit, and my kids go play they do all inner city activities, but they get educated from where they gonna get the best education.
So absolutely. What grants are you pushing for?
Yeah. They got all types of grants.
No, but what grants are you pushing for?
They got go sign up for Ed Choice. Where you can get your kid to it.
I asked you what grants are you pushing for?
We pushing for the United Way to assist. United Way we're pushing for. We're pushing for the grants for counseling inside of your school.
Okay, so conscious, if I may. Okay, so we have it where a big issue of Black kids that are dyslexic, that literally go through the spectrum of the radar, that don't properly get assessed. Now, I would think that would come up because we have a lot of kids that are ADHD, have dyslexia, autism, that are in the school system that are not properly being assessed. Now, usually a guidance counselor or therapist would you can actually go to the state, ladies, if you're in the chat, you can actually go to the guidance counselor and say, hey, my kid is not catching on to the lesson. I need for them to get assessed. The state will pay to assess your child. Now, when you do that, and this is something, I'm just a parent, don't mind me. So when you do that, they will set up an IP program. Now, a lot of people don't know what an IP program is. Kev, have you ever heard of an IP program? Conscious, you ever heard of that? Ma'am, have you heard of an IP program?
No.
Now, an IP program,
individual education plan. Who don't know what an IP program is?
Well, actually, there's a lot of people that don't know what that is. There's a lot of people that.
And you know how long that takes. So you saying stuff, but I don't know if you.
Hold on. I'm not cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I'm educating right now. Can I finish? I'm educating right now. So when a lot of parents, because like the sister just said, the kids are smarter than the parents. So a lot of parents probably never knew because some of them even have them same disabilities, but they were never addressed or they never looked at. So you would actually have them go get assessed and looked at. And then after that, they can actually start setting up a program to fit that child. Now, if they get a program to fit that child, and if that school doesn't have it, guess what they'll do for that child? They will actually take that child to another school that does. Ma'am, did you know that there was programs like that for kids?
I think she might be on mute.
Conscious, did you know about those programs?
No, I don't got no kids, man.
I know, but
yeah,
that sounds like something that the people need to know about, right?
So what's your point of this? What I'm telling you is I work in the school and I
about
sit in those meetings. Hold on, I let you talk. I sit in those meetings with those parents with those kids that are on those plans. But what about those kids that aren't on those plans? You taking us somewhere? There's a 504 plan as well as an IEP. So yeah, most schools are set up to gear towards. Hold on, I let you talk. Hold on.
Go ahead. I'll let you
Most
talk.
schools are set up to have teacher assistants and classes for those kids that are on IEPs for whatever reason may be. And if it's so severe, they will send them to what we call a noun unit in my city. So I'm familiar with everything that's going on. So when you say push for programs and push for things, there are things in place and there are things that's going on, but it's more than that. You trying to make it simple. Then it's not that simple or complex, my brother. Than what you getting at.
So you just said at one time the teachers don't care about the kids, they only care about money. And then now you're saying that y'all are pushing. So either you do care because you're pushing for it, or you don't care, you just want the money. Which one is it?
But he ain't a teacher.
No, he put that out there.
You went to a specific issue. The dyslexic kids can't read, kids with IEP.
Well, actually,
what about those kids that don't need an IEP? You said IEP and dyslexia.
Okay, so what is it? What is the problem? What is holding people back?
We're talking about those kids. We're talking about those kids that aren't on those plans, that need to be educated, and those teachers are just going by their day. You went to specific kids that need additional assistance because they have learning disabilities or some mental health issues. You went somewhere else with it, brother. I'm talking about those 20 kids that need to be educated, and the teachers are just getting through their days. That's what I'm referring to.
So what is your staff doing?
There's no program in place for that.
So you're part of that staff. So what are y'all doing? So what are y'all doing? You're part of that staff.
We can push until I'm trying to tell you, we push to the principal and to the board. But like I told you, the teachers union is like the police union. You got to damn near sexually assault or physically abuse a kid to get removed from a school. And I'm just being honest.
Can I say something to that?
The teacher union is one of the strongest probably in the country.
That's cap. That's cap.
What up?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, I'm
telling you facts.
I mean, to a degree, you right. It's in between for both of y'all because dealing with my kids, I had actually got my son assessed back in kindergarten because of the teacher was talking about putting him in a slow class, and just starting off. I got twin boys, so one of them learned faster than the other one. I mean, it's weird, the dynamics, the difference and all that, but basically, I actually went and got him assessed myself. I paid the money out of my pocket. Didn't know about the program where they could have did it, so I paid for it myself. Took him to this guy that I knew who assessed my cousin. Assessed him, wasn't nothing wrong with him. They said, man, whatever this teacher doing, this and that. So I knew I just needed to get out that school system. So I took him back, put him in another school system, and now he's going to next year, going into middle school. He's going into like Magna program or kind of another school system to where he's going to be in a classroom where it's going to have less kids. The whole school's like that. It's like a charter school, basically. Most people, it's like different than a public school. It's like in between private and, public. So with that, there's going to be more hands-on with him because of his grades show that he's well improved to be in that program. As far as my other twin, he could get in there, but his mentality is not there. One of them, they have that, and the same one that they said that was the slow one, he's excelling. Even the little test that they have down here, he's excelling in that test. And with that IEP, you can put your child in there, but just like the dude was saying, I ain't catch his name, but it all depends on those teachers. Because I literally had to take one of my kids out of the class and put him in a class with his brother because when it came down to it, that teacher, all she did was give him coloring, like I think from first grade or something, She would like just give them like little coloring stuff to go home with. Didn't give them hardly no homework. And then when I was complaining about them not having homework, she was like, "Well, it benefits the kids to do more in class instead of doing it at home because most parents can't, grasp these concepts and this and that." I was like, "Well, tell that to the other teachers that are giving homework." So when the next semester rolled around, I put them in a different class. You think that teacher was concerned or called me and tried to say, "Well, if I'm sorry if I offended you by not giving your kids homework," and then nah, she moved on with the program because she was of the minority going into a black neighborhood, and you can tell basically her whole job was, if you go into these neighborhoods, 9 times out of 10 these teachers get their tuition paid up. So they do 5 years in the hood, they get out of prison, then they get to go to any school they want to because they stuff is paid for. And it's promoted, it's pushed. I mean, and to a degree, you're right. But even if the people in that neighborhood or within the community try to, make the school be accountable for teachers like that, it's not gonna never work because that's pushed. The issue is you go to these schools, we know you don't want to be there, but help them out. I mean, same thing. I heard a guy in the police department say the same thing. He was like, "Man, most guys want to go to the roughest neighborhoods just to get the action, but they all knew that, if they wanted some heat, because generally speaking, being racially motivated, most of these guys who are not from the neighborhood, they ready to go kick somebody in the teeth." Like in Atlanta, man, back in the day, they used to have some of the worst police officers that were trained like assassins. These guys were coming out of football in high school and college or military, and they were built like tanks, and they was ready. I seen police run down the red dogs. They used to call them red dogs. But I seen a red dog run right beside this dude, and literally was running right beside him by me, and I heard him directly out of his mouth, "Where you going?" And the dude looked at him shocked, like, "This motherfucker, man, I just did a sprint, and he right beside me." And all he had to do was just reach out and touch him. They were running, talking for a minute, and the guy, I guess felt like he was the best, and when tried to shake the police officer, he just grabbed him, clobbered him to the ground, and handcuffed him. He was like, "Come on, bro, you gonna do that with me?" And they literally that's how I ran. School system ain't no different. These teachers are there for a paycheck. They know it's not that much money, so they only there to get their other needs met. Yeah, I did this in a broken environment in a rough neighborhood, and I was there to help these kids all the while they was getting their school paid for, and they did something like a community service. We'll be here just to give that minimum effort to get these kids good enough to pass these tests, not good enough to where they excel, but just good enough to pass the test. And then it shows by the time that teacher get so much into it and they start saying, "Well, this system over here is failing. What's going on?" The teachers that created that bad programming, they already going to move on to other school systems. So now they're going to reprimand the whole school, talking about how this district is poorly, training these kids. But the teachers that did the damage, they gone. You got those career teachers that been there for years making a change. Even if they do speak up, like bro was just saying, nothing gets done because they already know what the mentality of people who come into the school are trying to do. It ain't like they out there picking the teachers. The teachers are picking the areas to kind of get the benefit from them.
But if I may, real quick, what about the parents' role in this whole entire thing too?
I've been asking that for a while. I just
what's up, BMT? What's going on, man?
What's going on, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? But no, the thing is, the parent has to play a role in this too. I mean, we talked about IEP, 504 plans. I mean, put it this way, an IEP is there for a myriad of reasons. My son had an IEP, and he had a 4.0 average, and he's on the DARS list at Auburn University still too. But he had an IEP because he has sickle cell. So there's times where he'd have a crisis and he gets sick or whatever, and he wouldn't be able to be at school for a week or two. That's the reason why they did one. So you can do it for like a lot of different things. Yeah. So because that's the same thing. Even at the university, they have the same kind of thing. He has periods where he gets sick, and it's like, okay, we send your stuff to you. You do the classes or whatever. Everything's cool. But I think the parents have to play a role in this though too. Right. Because we just can't put it all on the teacher, the illness on them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they play a lot of it was it my man she or whatever it was that just talked that was saying that yeah, okay, a lot of these people, little chump change they do get as teachers, what they do, like you said, they get the student loans paid for, they do 5 years or whatever, and they adios. And what happens is they try to they go to a nice little white suburban district or something like that, and they live the rest of their life out there, where the good kids are at, supposedly. But the thing of it is that a lot of it is we as parents have to sit there and say, yo, we demand this, and this, and this. Not only from the teacher, but also from the administrator and the school board and all that. Because they're failing our children along with us as parents. If we don't watch ourselves, we're failing our children.
Facts.
Because the thing is, they don't sit there, and I can sit there and say this because my wife, when my son complained about the school, my wife came out of retirement to come back into the classroom and teach science because she was like, no, we're gonna do this, right. So she was like, oh, let me go ahead and get back in the game, and do what I gotta do. And that's what got him through, along with a whole lot of other children that went on, to the Tuskegee, the A&Ms, and the other schools, because people like that did make that commitment to it. A teacher makes what down here in the South, maybe 40,000 a year, with a master's degree and master's degree and some time under their belt. I mean, this is not New York or Connecticut or something like that. My ex-wife, who's a math teacher, okay, back in New York, she's making over 100,000 teaching math. Of course, you have to have it's mandatory. You got a master's degree in freaking New York to teach. And the thing of it is okay, what's the difference though? Well, see, what New York, they like to do what they do. They play a different kind of game up there. See, school taxes come out of your property tax and stuff that you pay. So if you're in the urban area, your property taxes are low. Well, you're not probably paying property taxes at all because you might live in an apartment or projects or something like that. Whereas in the suburbs, my property taxes might be $12,000, $15,000, $20,000. That keeps a lot of people out of your neighborhood, and that's what they do. That's why they say New York is the most segregated school district. I mean, the state of New York has the most segregated school districts in the country.
It's the same here in Chicago. It's the same.
Yeah, because what they do is they price your behind right out of that mess in terms of what happens. And so what happens, I moved to suburbia, I'm paying $12,000 of property taxes. My kid goes to school with every other little white kid that's a doctor or a lawyer too. And they sit back and say, okay, that all 99% of their kids are going off to Yale and Harvard and all that other crap. But that's the thing about it. We have to look at those kind of things that don't allow our children to get the same stuff, for lack of a better phrase, the same stuff as a kid out in the suburbs.
But,
as a kid out in the rural. Okay, I'm sorry.
But the thing about it, and I was listening, when y'all say social programs, which I stay away from that shitty ass word, socialism and socialism and stuff. Like, listen, I gotta be real, I gotta be holistic. And this is, black people do not like putting money into educational shit. You just don't. If it was football or some entertainment, y'all would definitely be on for that. But when it comes to hey, let's put some money down to buying some books or some new shit, it's night and day. Hey, we need these new calculators. We don't have enough of them. We need all parents. Why do we gotta wait? Well, that's up for the county, but we pay taxes. No, dude, that's your kid in that school. That's your kid in that school. You should want to see, and I saw it night and day and moving to different counties, ex-military. So I would see how who would actually pay and put in more into their kids' education onto different programs. A lot of programs, well, the white kids got this. Well, guess what? Their parents are paying a pretty dime into some of that stuff. Not just them. There's different other. Now we're starting to see the Latinos are starting to either put their kids in. If they got the money, they'll put their kids in a better program. It's a payout. How much would you invest into your child's success? And shout out to She when he said, "Hey, I paid for my kid to get assessed. You got to put money in there." Joe's wife went back in to go invest in her in their child. You can't say, well, I'm hoping that the government or a system does X, Y, and Z. This ain't lean on me. This is actually real life. And a lot of people are hoping that a system will raise their child and get them to the next level, you know. And I've seen that happen time and time again. Kids get dropped upward in a after school program or like that basketball thing. I texted my cousin about that. He said that was predominantly used when parents would be working late hours. The kids had a place to go. So that means there was no parent at home. There was no parent at home waiting for the kid to come on in. Let's do this homework. I'm gonna stay up late. Nah, I don't got time. I gotta work. You better make time. That's your kid, or your kid's gonna fall behind. And so that's a big issue. How much are you to invest? You cannot just say, well, if the school don't care, well, guess what? They'll care when that parent is up in their face. And that's the thing. You know what? I remember this, KonsciousmoRON, when I was 20 years old. I remember my auntie talked me and my dumb friend into being substitute teachers. It was literally, you just had to be able to read on the 7th grade level and pass the basic knowledge. Man, that shit was not worth it. We did that shit for 2 weeks and quit. Ain't no way I'm gonna sit in a classroom with 25 kids that talk shit to me and I can't knock that kid out. And I'm like, hell with this. This is crazy. I'm not doing this. Some kids were cool. Other kids were buffoons and they want to act the fool. And if you try to confront them or you say, hey, stop, well, I'm gonna go get my mama, or I'm gonna go do this. And then the parent jumping up in nobody gets paid enough for that bullshit. And I hate the people say, well, you signed up for that job. Nobody is signing up for abuse. Nobody signed for now. My mom, shout out to my mom and my daddy. They had no problem whooping my ass. They had no problem pulling out that belt. Either you act a fool in school, I'm gonna act a fool on you. Parents are afraid to check their kids. So they expect the school to check them. Get the fuck out of here.
But you got to remember, though, corporal punishment basically has been removed from the classroom.
Boy, that principal tore my ass up twice, Joe. Bro, he had that. Paddle with the hose, and that thing
remember it back in the day too. You know, I'm probably the oldest one on here, and I remember it back in the day. You know, when the principal had this thing called the Board of Education. It was a big paddle. He smacked your behind, and I never forgot, man. I got to a fight with this little kid like in the 1st grade on the bus, and I got the Board of Education. That's the only time. You know, you ever did it, but it's corporal punishment
twice. I ain't never did that shit again. I got paddled twice, but that.
So let me say what happened here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say what happened here was it was pre-demic times, and they had a whole list of schools that they were going to shut down because of lack of funding here. And so they shut down a numerous amount of schools. And so what happened was that caused a lot of the kids to consolidate and go from one area and have to be bused to go even further to go into another school. So now you have overcrowding. And so those teachers were overwhelmed, not only because the classroom sizes increased. Number two, you got kids that were from different areas, that were from different gangs. And so now you have that activity going on. And so I feel like a lot of the teachers were actually possibly relieved because this happened. So now you got the classroom sizes have been minimized again because of the kids have a choice whether they can stay home or come into the classroom. And let me say, as for the kids here in Chicago, they don't mind attacking a teacher because they, like I said, they know the laws better than the adults do, and they know that they'll just be a slap on the wrist.
Right. The same thing, because in Chicago, matter of fact, I think it was Chicago. I think it was a couple of years ago, before, like you said, before 19 happened. It was a case of where they were like short 700 teachers. And the first day of school was like the next day type of thing. How you gonna get 700 teachers in one day? You know, but and then like you said, when they came out with this thing about, guess what, you could stay at home, and they call it I think Apex here in Alabama, and you could stay home or whatever, and you know, you do all that stuff. It's almost like homeschooling to a certain degree, but you know, you got to do everything on the computer, and you know, so some of them decided to stay home or whatever. Some of them came to the school type of thing, you know, and they did that when the whole, you know, COVID thingy happened. And the thing of it is like you said, I mean, in a rural area, like I told my wife sometimes, I said, you know, y'all got issues like a freaking inner city area does. Teachers getting beat up on. They attack some teacher's car. They cussing teachers out type of thing. Bringing a gun to school. They had that kind of thing happen. Some kid threatened he was gonna come in and shoot the school up or type, that kind of stuff. I said, in a little ass town, in nowhere, Alabama, between Birmingham and Atlanta, you got the same issues they have in New York, and Boston, and Chicago, and Philly, and Chicago, and all these other places, Los Angeles. So it's not just inner city areas; it's the rural ones too. Yeah. Classroom sizes, people in classroom size issues. That breeds a lot of problems. When you got 40 and 50 in the classroom, and I know when I moved to Nashville, I got transferred there, and I lived there. And what happened was you'd have schools, since they did the same thing. They closed some of your schools down, so you had like literally high schools that had 5,000 and 6,000 kids. I mean, that's a college. That's a small college somewhere. So that breeds a lot of issues. See, the street issues they had last night, they bring them to the school the next day. And the resource teacher, they're sitting there thinking, what about the resource teacher? The resource teacher, but the resource officer, or whatever they call him, the cop. You got a whole school, you got one cop. That ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work.
So I'm about to switch it up a little bit. Yeah, have you guys seen it?
Would you say? Conscious? Somebody's making noise in the background.
I think that's what let me turn it down. No, I said, did y'all see the shooting in Akron?
Yeah, I heard about it.
There's been so many. I saw one in Newark. They still looking for the dude that shot the little young lady who was walking her kid.
When the cop shot the dude 60 times.
60 times?
Yeah.
Type shit?
Yeah, I heard about it.
When did this happen?
This happened last Monday.
No, I didn't see that one. I missed that one.
Now, did the boy?
I posted a little story about it because I'm from Akron.
Oh yeah, I know you're from. Yeah, I know you're from there.
I bet you it's on the news. I bet you it's on the news with a cop shooting a kid or a black dude.
No.
That's surprised.
Oh, so wow. See, that's crazy. I think because it's been on all the like NBC and CNN and all that. Like
they are racial news always fail. So I don't.
What?
No.
So what justifies?
Like I dropped it in the chat earlier. You got to see it, man. You got to see.
Okay. Okay. I didn't see. Yeah, the check. I've been in and out.
Yeah, you got like 60. They shot at him 90 times, man. 60 bullets hit him.
Okay, so what was the justification to open up a
He
barrage?
wasn't no criminal. It was like a high-speed chase. That wasn't even a high-speed chase. Hold on, maybe I can put it.
Oh, so Ohio doesn't have a thing where what they used to call it, out of sight, out of mind. If I can't catch the person as a police officer, if I can't catch him, then oh well.
It didn't even last that long. I think it might have been a 3-minute car chase.
Okay, was it like a city block? They drove down and
Now, did the dude
like
I need more context to this thing, but I feel like
I'm about to get the video. Hold on. I thought
the thing about it is, how old was the guy? And I don't want again. I know I'm gonna sound like a coon, but whatever. I don't give a fuck for YouTube. How old was the guy? And don't show me no kids pictures of him in third grade.
No, he was 25.
Okay, so did he have a gun on him?
They say he did. But the funny thing about that, he didn't get out with the gun.
Okay,
he left the gun in the car.
Why did he even get out the car? Did they tell him to get out the car?
No, he ran.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'll get the shot. I'll get your shot.
But 90 times?
But yeah, that's the thing. Even if the dude had a gun, that still don't justify that many shots. Even if he got out and ran, it still don't justify that many shots.
So let me explain how it works. I guess I'll be the gun guy for today. I'm only gonna do it for a few seconds. You don't stop shooting until the target hits the ground. Simple. You don't stop shooting. You don't stop shooting until the target hits the ground.
He was on the ground.
They'll still shoot him on the ground. So he was on the ground.
They kept shooting him after he fell to the ground, basically.
So they were shooting him after he hit the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very interesting.
At this, when you activate.
Excuse me, but I have a number of questions myself that need to be answered.
Conscious, pull the video up.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up right now.
Is that the independent, which is being the investigation, which is being conducted independently by an entity.
Over 100 shots is overkill. I don't care what you did.
Will take some time to work through. Our media information package includes a rough timeline of how the investigation process will proceed, in addition to a timeline of events of this past Monday. And I am urging all of our residents, please reserve your full judgment until the investigation is complete. And listen, you'll have to do one of the most difficult things that I can ever ask somebody to do, and that is to please be patient and let the Attorney General do their work. We also emphasize taken over a number of years to increase the transparency and the accountability with the Akron community, knowing that trust cannot exist without our commitment. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, Akron City voted to enact a new law for release of video footage which implements an Akron police officer use of force within 7 days. This was by the city's
just go to like the editor one.
Officers attempted to safely take the suspect into custody.
Go the real one.
I ain't trying to get, that's gonna get me banned on here.
Suspect continued to flee on foot. As the foot chase reached the nearby parking lot, he stopped and quickly turned towards the fleeing officers.
So he was running away from the scene.
Reacted by two firearms striking the suspect. Under visual inspection of the suspect's vehicle, a handgun, loaded magazine for a handgun, and what appears to be a gold wedding ring were observed in full view on the driver's seat.
Now this is just
We will now show you the body and camera footage from the officer who was first involved in the pursuit. The video will start at the beginning of the pursuit and will end with the shooting of Mr. Jaylen Walker. I want to offer caution for everyone that is watching. This video may be disturbing to some viewers, many viewers, because it contains graphic images and language. For many reasons, it is difficult to watch. At the request of the Walker family, we have blurred Mr. Walker's body in the shooting event.
I ask our community members to please stand with me for just 1 second. Chief Marco. There's no doubt that the video you just watched is extremely disturbing and will stir a lot of emotions and feelings. Shocking and hard to take in. But what we are collectively calling for is peace this afternoon. It's the same thing Mr. Walker's family is calling for, and it's the ask of everyone standing here with me in the community. Peace for our city, peace for our community.
Now it's another video though.
I understand the public's demand for information now. I understand that. I want answers now. However, I echo her family's request for patience. We keep going back to the Walker family.
What can I
Ain't no excuse for that.
He ain't even show the real one, man.
See, yeah, but it's like it ain't no way they can justify that. As soon as he jumped out the car and started shooting, and then they had the ring. I seen the wedding ring or whatever ring, and the gun on the seat where they took the picture. So you can't move the gun from the premises where you shot the body. The gun was on them. They weren't supposed to move it. So technically speaking, he ain't even had a gun on him. And all that, it looked like a gun stuff. That's always played out. You found a gun in a car. You ain't find it on all that. He looked like he had a gun. That stuff played out.
Yeah,
you showed the video.
Yeah, I was about to say I didn't even really show the harshest one because you know how YouTube be like. I dropped it in the chat earlier, but I drop it back, and it really showed because that one only showed, excuse me, like the 8th officer. I don't really show the first few officers that's really up there, how they kind of surround them. But I don't know how YouTube gonna play that shit. So, but I dropped the real video for more.
It's blurred out. You can't even see.
Yeah, you can't like you really just getting a slight view of what really let me see if I can find it real quick.
But even that video itself is disturbing. I mean, like, bro, all you seen was them jump out and it turned into the Wild Wild West. They just started blasting.
Immediately, bro.
Now they say he shot at them on the expressway and shit. You know what I mean? That's what we was talking about. That's what they gonna use as they hits, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shooting at us, and you know what I'm saying? We felt threat for our lives. But let me get the other video. I dropped it in the chat.
Now,
So they
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that means they got to get the casing from off the highway, or something to prove that, like something to prove. Otherwise, they either had to shoot that gun. Either way it go, they got to prove that the guy shot off a shot. That gun's gonna show if it's shot off or not.
Yeah, that's not so much the casing. They can check to see if it was fired. They can check to see if the gun was fired. Like, and once if they find out there was a round fired, because that's interesting. But they got cameras. So if they had cameras on it and there was a flash from his or whatever, and like I said, I'm looking at this objectively, no bias. So that's all that's gonna happen. They're gonna check if he was already shooting. They're going to look at that and they're going to say, well, we were shot at. And they're going if they can prove that they were shot at, then yeah, I get it. Like, damn, that was a lot of shots, but well, he was shooting at us and other people. So
still excessive. They still gonna look at it as being excessive.
But what about when he started to run away though? Once you run away,
once you shot, once you shot that gun, they yeah.
But I'm saying, even how the gun stood, like, why would the gun look like that? It was like it was uncocked, and it was the thing wasn't even in the clip wasn't even in the holster. I mean the gun.
The clip.
Yeah, and then you could see that they put the gun on the seat.
Yeah, and they
even if the guy was killed, even if the guy, let's say the guy had ended up shooting at him, that thing was to keep the gun in the same attack when they did the pictures. So for them to pull the clip out, that lets them further know that it was more of an excuse, because you're not even supposed to touch nothing. No. Even when a guy shot the gun, the first thing you're supposed to do is either put it on the seat and let it be. You're not supposed to pull the clip out, smell it, nothing. Nah, they can move it, because I mean, officers, they find a gun.
Yeah.
If they search the car and find that gun, they're gonna put it in plain sight. But the point of it is, you're not supposed to
eject the clip or anything.
Eject the clip, unload the round out of the if it's in the chamber, none of that stuff until you have somebody high ranking to come in, so they can be justified.
So they put and no, you're correct on in the stance of how you're saying that. She like I've been on scenes where there was shooting or killing. They're going to examine it. Now, I don't know about taking the bullet out and all the other shit, because that literally proves that, okay, if there's like 7 rounds and then one or two shots were fired, you wouldn't want to take it out, but then it proves that, okay, he was shooting it. Now, for whatever reason, I doubt they was like, well, let's do gun safety, but the forensics normally don't do shit like that. They just examine the scene for what it is. Like I said, man, there's some stuff not being told holistically, and it's not they got to go over and assess a lot of stuff that has just happened. So they're not telling everything, which they never do. They'll never say everything right then and there. They're gonna cross it. They're gonna actually they got to get their lawyers to say, hey, why did y'all shoot that many goddamn shots? Well, shit, this is why we popped off. So it's gonna be,
it's like all the officers gonna be together, be like, I was only gonna shoot 2 times, but then it was 8 of us shooting 2 times. Then I thought, if I shoot the most shots, if I shoot 9 and they were shooting 2, that I was gonna get them. Like, there's no way to kind of make this sound right. Like, you got all these guys, and then that's when you get into friendly fire, because look how many police officers was. What if one of them stepped in front of that? Then that would be a whole nother situation. Then they would be like, yeah, he shot one of the officers, just like in the Brittany, what's her name, case up in Kentucky. They were trying to force all kind of paint all kind of narratives of that situation, and then found out it was more of a that whole story had so many hidden doors behind that. Yeah. They was going after the property.
I put so many layers to that.
It's tragic, man. Like, it's just overkill, regardless, man. Over 100 rounds, and it was more officers there than they even saying, to be honest.
You remember the
I can't
case
say
up in New York?
but I shot like that before, so I can't really say.
Hey, you remember the case up in New York where the guy had got shot
like
many times
you
to get
killed
his
somebody
wallet?
like that before?
Hey, till the target drops.
You didn't see the target on the ground?
Nah, target didn't touch the ground when I was shooting. That motherfucker was still
You didn't
standing.
see that man? That man was on the. Conscious didn't show the video where the man on the ground, his body is rolling over and twerking.
Did I drop the link in the chat?
Yeah, you dropped the link. We see it.
Okay.
But I'm saying, remember the guy up in New York, how he got shot up for pulling out his wallet?
Yeah.
You know, they did a clip like that on the Boondocks. They did something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, like I said, I tell dudes, don't touch your waist, don't move your hands. From what you do from here on, that decides your fate. I'll tell you,
none of that matters.
Don't touch.
None of that matters. Tell him again. Tell him again, my guy. None of that
got nothing
matters.
to do with that, but I know it matters for the people that I deal with. See, I don't know what speak.
None of that matters, because those police, they get to a situation, if they really want to shoot you and the camera's not really hitting on them hard, they justified in everything, bro.
Now
they
okay,
justified.
So, now here's the thing about it. If that was justified, then why is it that they're saying what they're saying about them now? If you're saying it don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. The guy didn't have a gun. Let's say he did shoot at them. When he got out, he was running away from them. All the police officers were chasing behind him, shooting. So whether this guy was going to shoot at them or not, they didn't even give him a chance. They just automatically, as soon as they got out of the car, if it was really push to shove, they would have caught him they had a better chance of busting him when he was getting out of the car to prove that he had that gun on him than him running in the field and executing him.
They was close enough to touching, wasn't it?
Yeah, they literally executed him in the field, because one, if all the officers are running, that camera's jumping around. So they can easily say some this and some that. But to the point being, in the dark, like you see that field was all dark. Ain't no telling what he had in his hand. You can't prove it. Especially with the camera jumping and you pull out your gun. Once you start shooting, that's the only focus you're going to have.
Damn, you're saying, you know that I'm trying to make the case for the officers right now. That's what they're going to say. Like, we don't know what he had. I'm not saying, listen, I tell people.
It's a better video that shows him get out the car and his hands are completely free. He gets to running immediately.
But still, they can say they thought he had it on him. They all the excuse. Like I said, no matter what, if I'm sitting in my car, I have my hands on the steering wheel. That's why every time I get pulled over, I seen this little training course where the guy, he say, turn on your lights, roll all your windows, put your wallet and everything up top in your dashboard, right there in the middle by the rearview mirror. So when I got pulled over a couple of times, I always do that, especially at night. I try to keep my right hand on the windowsill so you can see my elbow out, and then my other hand on the steering wheel or something. So when you ask me for anything, all you see is my hand in the mirror, reaching for my wallet up top, not down low. But still, that's justifiable right there. Once my hand gets to moving, that's automatically trigger finger right there. They could say, hey, man, he was reaching for this, but I wasn't even reaching for it. The point of it is, it's a way that they can be justified him reaching for something. Look at Philando. Philando was reaching for his wallet, told the officer he had a gun on him. The point of it is, no matter what, these guys are ready to pull the trigger. Like, he literally told the officer he had a gun. The first thing the officer should have did was where the gun at, let me come get it, or slowly, whatever. The point of him not even telling him, like, let me get the gun so we can be on safe terms, he was ready. And then I'm talking about, you got a black man with his family in the car, just getting pulled over for
are we talking about the
routine
same thing? Are we talking about the same thing? Are we talking about
No, I'm talking about different with Philando, but just leading up into this situation. But I'm saying, like, when it come down to it, whatever the obstacle, whatever the situation is, you up, Joe? Because I know you're trying to get in.
Oh no, I was breaking up there for a minute. I couldn't even hear you guys.
All right, I was gonna let you jump in because I know you was breaking up.
Oh no, that was I was asking the question of I missed pretty much the whole entire thing. So they went through 90 rounds down range at a person running away.
Exactly, in the back.
And 60 of them hit him. So they did like an Abdul Diallo, like they did. Like that's who the cat that was shot like 41 times because he had a pack of cigarettes or something in his hand or his wallet or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was a black wallet. Yep.
Yeah, like Abdul Diallo. Okay, that's what they did. So they did the same thing.
And wasn't it the same thing where they told him to get his wallet or something or whatever?
Yeah, but he did. He came outside, and it was like when he came outside, they had the wrong person altogether, wrong place. And as he went to go get his wallet, they like flipped out. NYPD just like started riddling him with bullets. You know. So it's so and so now if he's running away from a situation though, normally you wouldn't shoot at a person. So somebody got some explaining to do.
Yeah,
that's what I said. Like I said, I'm looking. The minute somebody told me dude was shooting out of a car, you know, like I said, man, there's too many anomalies. I'm looking at, and I'm being very objective. You know, I'm going to look at the video for myself. I'm not going to do the panel shit. I'm going to just go look at the video for myself, and we're going to sit down and just assess it. But I'm looking at it as I know I teach in a class. You don't stop shooting until the target hits the ground. But if you're saying that the guy was on the ground, then the target was already neutralized.
How many shots?
He was on the ground after one shot. He fell.
You don't hear me trying to flank and try to condone that. I just
no.
made
You're
the
saying the
statement.
right thing. You're saying the right thing for sure.
So I'm telling you what is said in court, what is said by a lawyer, what is said that at an instruction course. We do not. Hell, it was even said in military. We do not stop shooting until our target's destroyed. If the man is on the ground and he's like, I'm done, then now that would rule for the lawyer or the family to say, hey, well, I'm pretty sure he's dead. That, hey, this was too excessive. Maybe one shot, I would have probably, we could have looked at that. But y'all damn sure did a 90 hit kill streak. And so it was something more going on. And I don't know where the one person say cease fire. Usually you would have somebody, a sergeant or lieutenant, say, hey, cease fire. Because now you don't even know where those other 90 shots, those other 100 shots are going that y'all were shooting. So if you're shooting that much, that was just negligence on the police force on that one. It's a whole clusterfuck. That's Ohio, so we don't expect much from their police or their people on that kind of shit. So we don't. Y'all got a high murder and criminal rate going on up there, man. So nobody wants.
I mean, that's all across the board. But the point of it is,
we don't got no high criminal rate in our area.
Well,
like that.
Oh man, come on.
We don't got that.
you compare apples to oranges, though.
Why y'all always do that? It's all across the board. Like y'all
It's
can't
across the world. You
I
live
mean,
under
the
a
world. Now, I don't know, man, but some other countries they pretty strict on what
BMT. You compare apples to oranges. I mean, honestly, in your time where you stay at, the population and crime rate isn't that high. So technically speaking, they don't enhance their expertise. The police don't enhance their expertise and their motivation. Hell, how many times have you ever seen what's the Andy Griffith show? I mean, not Andy Griffith, but what's the name of that? Damn, was it Andy Griffith with the old cop in the city, Marbury? Whatever that old ass show. But basically, what I'm saying is, when you have a small town, even like the heat of the night, when you have small towns like that and you don't have that much crime, you actually the crime rate, the police don't do stuff like that. But once you get into high criven towns and more exclusive with the crimes, then that's when they actually enforce this type of thing. Of course, it's not gonna happen in South Carolina where you at to a certain point. I mean, in Columbus, yeah, but you're not in the big city, are you? So you're not gonna have that type of thing.
Actually, I am.
Where you at? I'm not gonna say where you at, but
it's fine. It's fine.
But still in Charleston.
Here's the thing about it like this. So you would think, but here's the proxy. Here's the proxy of this. In the South, a law enforcement officer already knows that mofo Joe I pulled over. There's like a 50 to 60% chance he has a gun. That's like a southern thing. You, for the most part, know people in the South, we carry guns. So shit. It's another thing when you see a guy with a shotgun, but I'm most likely counting there's a handgun somewhere around. northern area, I guess when they got the strict gun laws, it had made the stricter the gun laws are getting. Motherfucker got way more guns going on. I'm like, well, damn, y'all probably need. I don't know if y'all have a gun safety courses or whatever the fuck ain't being taught. But it's a different thing where the police department, mind you, the police department don't even practice on shooting like they should or any kind of weapon discipline. Because when you go down there, you'll see a lot of dudes in there practicing shooting the same target you're shooting at, and they'll smile at you like, yeah, the same way you can shoot, motherfucker, I can shoot better than you. And that stays in their head. I can outshoot you.
I think that's what we was talking about earlier, man. The gun laws up north is different than down south. So y'all police officers already in that mindset that y'all got a gun. They scary up north if somebody got a gun. Like it's a, you know what I mean? Like it's some unworldly thing for a person to have a gun on them. So they die. They come to the car with fear. Y'all officers probably come to the car expecting, okay, this an average citizen. This an average citizen. We know they're gonna have some guns probably on them. So
It
they
all
might be.
it's all depending on the police officer and the training. Because
right,
honestly speaking, there's guys who've been on the force for years. One of my friends who was an officer got shot just on a routine traffic stop. He wasn't expecting. All he was telling the dude was, "Hey man, routine traffic stop. You got to tail light out, get it fixed, slow down, speed it." And he ended up getting shot because the guy had warrants. Then you turn around, you had another friend I know that's a police officer. Hell, this guy was being a jerk, and the dude, my partner, literally beat him up because dude wanted to try him. You had this one guy that wasn't doing anything, was going out of his way to just say, "Man, calm down, slow down, and get your tail light fixed." Well, you had the other guy was kind of antagonizing the officer. It all depends on that officer, because I mean, pulling up on any stop, you're always cautious to this person could pull out a knife, this person could shoot you. Like you literally, your life is in danger. Every time a police officer walk up to that car, their life is in danger because you're walking from behind. This guy could literally have a gun in his lap, pointing up at the window. Soon as you come up, they shoot. And that's what happened to my friend. He seen the barrel right as he came up and got shot in the shoulder. If he didn't move his head, he would have got shot in the face. But the point is, every officer has that fear, but to an extent, whether it be up north or down south, it don't matter. Every officer comes with caution to the scene of anything.
A vehicle, or it's unknown. It's unknown that you're stepping into. Right. That's why whenever an officer is coming up behind a vehicle, and I'm not sure people ever watch, they touch the back of the vehicle. So what they're doing is they're putting their fingerprints on there. As something happens to me, they can tag my print on this, my DNA's on this vehicle. So they'll know to look back there. Like, understand, that's why I like they step and do certain things for a reason on a vehicle to protect themselves, And again, it's like, if they nervous or they know a certain type of area, oh shit, okay, I just pulled somebody over in DeKalb County. Okay, hold on, bro. We got another officer not too far away, like half a mile. Stall out until we get there, because they don't know, bro. You get shot on a certain road, nobody gonna know you down. You just down. So they send them back up. Now, yeah, I get it. People are more pussy, but then again, people want to get home. People want to get home. Same way as some dudes. I get it. Nowadays, I put all my shit in one bag, and I hand it out there, and I just say, "Hey, how you doing?" Like I said, man, it's a case by case scenario, But hey, dude, it's circumstances of events, man. Like, they're gonna test his body, see if he had any drugs in the system. They're gonna put him through the ringer. Hope the guy he ain't have a record on him. But
no,
go through all of that.
I'm just saying, like, but you already understand that they're gonna do.
I already know.
They're going
high school picture, trouble in school. They're gonna go through all that to try to prove some type of justification. They had the chick out in California. She got stabbed up by a guy, innocent, didn't do nothing wrong. This racist guy just was on the train, stabbed her up, And the first thing that they found was a picture of her holding a cell phone that's in the shape of a gun. And that's the only thing they kept showing all on her social media. It was on social media. They pulled that one picture off her social media holding the cell phone case that looked like a gun and just painted her to be the bad person. Like, oh, this young lady, look how she got stabbed for no reason. All these other nice pictures they had of her, that was the only picture they kept showing on the news about her. So they was painting the image before it even started. Like, damn, she was kind of rough holding the gun, but come to find out, it was a cell phone case.
Oh, I remember that. It was in Oakland. It was like Oakland or San Francisco or something like
Oakland.
That.
She was a victim.
White boy stabbed her up, and they made her try to make her look like the bad guy at first. Yeah, I remember that whole thing.
Damn. Man. Shit, y'all. I gotta shut it down. I got somewhere to be. Y'all got any final thoughts before we leave out, man?
No, man, I'm good, man. Rocking with it.
Yeah, man. Appreciate the pull up. Sorry about that, man. Damn, we was just getting good and shit.
No problem, man. Thanks for having me up with on all that good stuff. I know you're gonna probably go see your boy. If he's still on, Mr. $60 billion or whatever.
Yeah. I might go and check him out. What about you, Faith? Like, you got any final thoughts there, big dog? He might be out. He might be.
Yeah.
All right, man. But thank you for coming through, man.
All right. Peace out.
Everybody be safe out there.
All right now.
All right.